Before the first bell, before the kitchen girls clattered pails in the yard and the smith lifted his hammer, Jon stood in the godswood with his hands in the cold stream and felt the north breathing around him. It was a narrow breath, slow and patient, older than the brickwork of Winterfell. The wind moved under the branches with the sound of wool pulled tight over a man's shoulders, and the pool beneath the great heart tree held the pale sky like a lidded eye. Ghost was just a shape, white upon white, the faint steam of his breath rising where he lay among the roots. The weirwood's face regarded Jon with that carved grief it wore in all seasons. Red sap had crusted at the corners of its mouth, gone dark in the night, and the new trickle brightened it again as if the tree bled each dawn to mark the price of day. He had not slept much, and when he did it was with that sense he sometimes had now that the waking world waited nearby, breathing along with him. Winterfell felt different since the king had ridden through the gate. Noisier, full of strange laughter in the evenings. The old familiar sounds were there beneath it, the rooster, the water running through the hot springs, the rattle of shutters in the wind. But there were Lannister men in bright crimson cloaks walking where Stark men had walked, and they held their shoulders like iron bars. They flung their shadows wide at sunset. Even the ravens had been flightier, as though they did not like the smell of gold. Jon dipped his hands again and raised them to his face. The water pinched his skin into wakefulness. When he lowered his hands, he saw Ghost's ear quiver toward the eastern slope. Someone had come softly by the kitchens and slipped along the path under the ash trees. Jon knew the gate without thinking. His Lord Father did not hurry. He moved like a man accustomed to being waited for. Eddard Stark stepped from the birches and paused a moment in the red light that seeped between trunks. The king's men did not follow him into the godswood. Not this early. Neither did the harpers or the steward or the hungry eyes of the courtiers. Perhaps that was why Lord Stark's shoulders were not so straight here. He carried a softness in the godswood, a hush like first snow. "You are early," Lord Stark said. He had that grave kindness he wore in all weathers and made no note of Jon's wet hair or rough clothing or the long night under his eyes. "I couldn't sleep," Jon said. His words ghosted in the air. Behind him, a leaf let go of the weirwood and touched down on the water with no sound at all. His father's eyes, gray as stone, took him in and took in Ghost and the stream and the red mouth on the white face of the tree. "Your brothers will be up soon enough," he said. "Your sisters too, for once. The king likes an early departure." Jon nodded. He had seen the bundles, the saddles. He had watched the cooks put away the last of the king's special dishes and felt a loosening in his chest, though he had not said so to anyone. The court would go south. The great golden tide would run down the King's Road where summer still had a hold. Winterfell would be left with the tracks of it in the mud, and after a week or two even that would be gone. The north kept its own shape. Lord Stark looked past him to the heart tree. His face shifted. A line drew tighter at his mouth, as if he had come to ask a favor of an old friend he had once wronged. "Walk with me," he said. They followed the stream to where it narrowed and leapt over a little stone lip and ran between mossed banks. The trees crowded close here, as if they had angles to overhear. Jon felt Ghost behind his left knee like a second shadow. Birds had not begun to sing. All the world was breath and frost. "I am not a man for riddles," Lord Stark said quietly. "And it is not in me to speak like a Southron, going around the thing as if words were leaves over a pit. You are near to groan. You know our house and the land it keeps." He looked at Jon again, and there was an old struggle in his gaze, something that had lived there since Jon was old enough to see that looks could carry weight. "There are truths I have not spoken." The words rose like a cold, as if Jon would shiver them out of himself without meaning to. He had imagined this moment 100 ways in the dark. He had pictured his father laying a hand on his shoulder and saying it straight, or not saying, or saying it in a half-jesting way as if it made no matter. He had pictured the edges of his own anger, how it would sound in his voice if he let too much of it through. Now the gods would held them as the stream held the sky, and Lord Stark did not seem a man about to speak of mothers and betrayals and shame. He seemed like a man about to ask his son to pick up a sword he had not lifted in years. "I go south with the king," He let the words fall as if they were stones for a cairn. I will take Sansa and Arya. The court will take half our patience and all our quiet. The South will take more. It always does. There is rot in it, Jon, and heat, and the smell of spiced lies. I do not know if the king can stand upright among it, or if I can set my feet and stay clean. But I have given my word. Jon swallowed. A man keeps his word, he said. He had heard that sentence all his life, in his father's voice and in the voice of the yard when Ser Roderick spoke. And under it he had always heard something else, the sound of doors closing. Lord Stark's breath hung white and unhurried. A man keeps his word, he said, and then, as if turning a blade, and a house keeps its people. I have had letters from the wall. Your uncle writes less than he once did. The old bear writes more. The King's Road is not the only road that runs out from us. There are paths over our heads the wildlings know. There are paths under our feet the dead remember. Winter has its own messengers. Jon listened hard. The cold had settled in his jaw. The memory of the wall had lived bright in him since he was small. The shape of it as Ser Roderick had described. The feel of it as Uncle Benjen had brought back on his cloak. It was highness and hardness and a narrow cold that cut men to their size. He had thought of it when he could not sleep, when he watched Robb's life fit neatly into a place he could only look at. He had thought of it and felt something settle in him like a stone in deep water where no one would reach for it because they did not know it was there. He wanted that place. He feared it too. Winterfell is strong, Lord Stark said. It has been strong in hands not better than ours and not worse, and it will be strong when we are gone. But what is beyond it is older than we are. I have called the lords to me after the king's leave-taking, not for feasting, not for the jests of the Great Jon, for counsel. He took something from inside his cloak then, something wrapped in cloth the color of dirt. He held it as a man holds a thing that has slept with him a long time, out of sight but not out of reach, a weight his body had forgotten to notice. The North has not forgotten itself, though it has been made to act as if it had. He did not open the bundle yet. He looked past Jon again to the red-mouthed tree, and when he spoke his voice was low. My father showed me this when I was younger than you are now. He told me I would not wear it. He called it a memory and a lesson and a temptation. I have held to the lesson. The memory is sharp in me today. The temptation, that is a thing a man does not speak of. He opened the cloth. The crown lay dull as an old coin, neither bright nor lovely. It had not been made to flatter. Bronze, with iron worked upon it in narrow spikes that were neither pretty nor cruel, only plain and strong, hammered by men who wanted something that would not break if thrown. It had the stubbornness of old winter in it. Jon looked at it and smelled the breath of the crypts, the clean dust, the faint wet scent that clung to stone touched by spring snowmelt. The round of it fit his mind in a disturbing way. He could not tell if it was heavy because it was old or because the air around it took its weight. Once, Lord Stark said, it sat on the brow of a man named King. He bent the knee to a dragon and put it away. His sons put it away. We put it away. We did not sell it. We did not melt it down and buy fat pork with it. We put it away. There are things that are not for sale. There are names the South cannot price. Jon realized his hand had closed without his noticing. If he opened it, he thought red sap would run into it. I will take the king away, his father said. I will take our daughters away. Winterfell will need a face that is not spread thin between South and North. Robb is young. He has a good heart and a stiff neck. His neck will serve him best if it is not put between jaws. I will have a word with the lords. I will have a word with the heart tree. Lord Stark inhaled and let the breath go. I want you beside me. Jon swallowed again and found no spit to swallow. Beside you, when I speak to them, when I tell them that the North must think of the North first, for a season, Jon. A season maybe only. There are songs of winter kings who were set up for a winter and set down for spring. There are songs that say we do not always have to steal our choices from old forms. Let the South have its heat and its wrangling. I want the North to put its back against the wall and remember to breathe. I want the men who will bear that remembering to look at you when they swear it. The stream spoke between them, careful and steady. Jon felt every line of his father's words as if they had been cut into ice and lifted into him to melt. "I am a bastard," he said. The word came out level. He had said it to himself 1,000 times in 1,000 tones. It rarely sounded only like a fact when it left his mouth. "You are my son," Lord Stark said. It was a habit with him to say both things at once in that order, as if the fact contained the qualifier within itself. "And you are of my house. Let the South keep its words about you. The North need not. The boy I call my son, the man I have seen true, the hand that keeps his temper when the meat is burnt and the lads are clumsy and the horse shifts under him. That is my concern. I am not blind to the stir it will cause. There will be heat." The hint of a smile flickered and died at his mouth. "You know what to do with heat. Stay out of it," Jon said with his own small smile, and then sobered at once. Ghost rose and came to rest against him, pressing his weight along Jon's shin. The direwolf's heart beat steady, like a drum you didn't know you were marching to until someone said to stop. "My lord," Jon said and faltered, because he was not a man given to grand words and the simple ones cut more deeply. "If you mean to set me up in front of them." "I mean to set you with me," Lord Stark said. "And if the tree and the lords and the air we breathe together turn that to a different shape, then we will acknowledge the shape we see. We cannot command what men will do when they smell the old names. We can only be ready to forgive them if they obey too quickly, and ready to lay a hand on their shoulder if they do not obey at all. I will not give you to their hunger. Do you trust me for that?" Jon had trusted him in the small ways all his life. That bread would be in the kitchen when he went hungry, that Ser Roderick would stand behind him when his elbow dropped guard, that the godswood would be left to those who wanted to speak without echoes. Trusting him for the large things felt no different in his chest until he noticed that he was breathing deeper than when he had come here. "I do." Lord Stark nodded once, as though he had opened a gate and found the hinges would take it. "Then wash and come to the hall when the king has gone. We will not waste the day." He wrapped the crown again with gentleness and slipped it away. They stood quietly a little longer, looking at nothing. When Jon turned toward the castle, the light had changed. Low sun snagged on the crenellations like a piece of torn gold cloth. He moved through the covered walk with his pulse in his ears and stopped by the kitchen doorway long enough to let the warmth strike his face. The kitchen girls laughed at something he could not hear. The smell of porridge and the sight of the steam rising from the bread helped. Bread was simple. You worked it with your hands. You put it to the heat. You fed people. He found Robb half-dressed, wrestling a sleeve as if it were an enemy who had grabbed him wrong and would not let go. Gray wind lay under the bench, gnawing something that had once been attached to a living thing and now was only a gift for teeth. Robb's hair was too long and too red to behave itself, and his eyes were bright. He saw Jon and the brightness altered, deepened. "You were up before me," Robb said, as if it were a marvel that required calling a septon to witness. "I could not sleep for the king's men stamping about like they had horseshoes nailed to their heels." "They do," Jon said. "Inside." He glanced around for Theon, but their foster brother was in the hall already, doubtless making a jest loud enough to be heard twice. Robb laughed and then sat to pull on his boot. "Sansa says it is a wonder you will not be coming with us," he said more carefully. Sansa said many things. He had learned to pick through them for what she had not meant to offer. "She asked me twice if I would miss you. I told her I had not thought about it." He grinned, and the grin showed how false the last sentence was. "I told her I had too much to keep in my head to think of one bit of it sliding out." "You would notice," Jon said. "There would be more room for food." Robb clapped the boot down and stood. He came close and cupped the back of Jon's skull as he had when they were children grappling in the snow. It was a boy's gesture still, barely changed by taller bodies and wool and leather. "My brother," he said. "My brother," Jon said back. He could not tell him. Not yet. It would be cruel to go to the hall with that sharp news lodged between them when it was not yet news at all. He did not want Robb to have to make a face he could not keep for more than a heartbeat when the king took his bread for the last time. And there was also this a quiet sting of something like shame. Jon had not asked to be set anywhere. If Lord Stark meant to lay a weight on him with all the North watching, if the old crown was to be brought out of its wrapper before the heart tree, then Robb's eyes would be there. Jon did not know what he most feared seeing in them. Gratitude? Relief? Anger he had no right to? Or that worst of all, the look that said, "Yes, of course you will stand in a place I would have stood, and I will love you still, and I will not be easy in my skin again." They went to the yard together. The horses were restive. The king had a way of moving men like pieces on a board. You could feel it even in the kitchen boys scurrying with last baskets, in the scowl of a guard whose shift had run long. The queen's ladies looked as if they had been poured into their clothes and the wind had hardened them there. Joffrey was all gold and temper. He gave the yard a look that said he would have burned it to feel clean. Princess Myrcella smiled at Bran with real sweetness, and little Tommen did not know where to put his hands. The queen's brother, the pretty one, had a way of speaking that made people like him and not trust themselves for liking him. His other brother said little and wore glower like a garment that had been cut for someone else. The dwarf looked at everything with practiced amusement as if he suspected jest where none was meant. He winked at Arya, and she scowled and almost smiled. The king embraced Lord Stark as men embrace when their lives have run together and apart again and are unsure how to match their steps. He smelled of wine and bear grease and the faint copper of blood. He kissed Sansa on the brow and called Arya boy, with a grin, and looked at Jon and did not quite say his name. The queen looked at Jon and saw nothing at all. That was how she looked at people who were not in her calculations. Jon thought of that look later and found it useful. They departed with noise and hoof and breath blooming white in the air. The queen's cloak gleamed like a wound. People shouted and then did not shout. The gate accepted them and spat them out. When the last dust had settled, the yard seemed, for a little while, the size of a hall song. Then the song died and Winterfell found its old shape again. The breath of the castle grew deep and slow. They ate bread in the great hall with fewer knives and fewer colors on the benches. Lord Stark did not linger. He rose and told the steward to let the beer be warm for his return. He told Ser Rodrik to bring his good sword and a spear that had seen more winters than men. He told Maester Luwin to come and not to leave his letters. He told Jon and Robb to be in the godswood before noon, and he said Jon's name last in a tone that made Robb flick his eyes to him and then away. Caitlyn Stark had a stillness about her that morning like river ice. She had kissed her daughters when they rode out, holding Sansa longer than Sansa thought necessary and holding Arya when Arya would rather have been anywhere else. Now she moved the bread as if it had been a duty she could not put down. When Lord Stark said before noon, she did not lift her head. The bells for the noon meal were still a long hour away when the first of the lords came under the outer arch. Jon watched from the covered walk as men who wore the North on their faces dismounted and shook out stiffness. He noted sigils as one notes weather. The roaring merman of House Manderly, fat and painted but hiding iron. The brown and green of the Crannogmen who came on feet quiet as falling leaves. The crowned bear of Mormont, made by hand and carried by hand. The riders of House Umber who laughed loud and jumped down from their saddles like rocks rolling. Roose Bolton rode in with a pale sobriety that made his own men look away from him. Galbart Glover came with a cut on his hand as if he had been sharpening something until he forgot where his fingers ended. They greeted Robb with affection and cuffed him and called him Lord as a word to remind him and encourage him at once. They greeted Jon with nods that saw him and did not know what place to put him, and with a few glances weighed as if men would put him on a set of scales in their heads before they spoke. Meege Mormont grinned at him as if he were a boy with a bow he could pull but had not yet aimed. Wyman Manderly breathed as if he had eaten all the bread of White Harbor twice, but his eyes were not dull. Roose Bolton's eyes were colorless and neat. Great Jon Umber dropped his hand on Jon's shoulder and squeezed until the muscles in Jon's neck bunched, and then let go so that Jon felt warm in the place the hand had been. They gathered in the godswood. Men tread carefully among roots when they were Stark men. Even the loud ones lowered their voices to speak ill of the weather. Lord Stark stood by the heart tree with Maester Luwin and Ser Rodrik, the wrapped bundle cradled in the crook of his arm. The autumn light sifted down like flour through the thinning leaves and caught in his beard. The air smelled of iron and fresh water and the faint must of old sap. "My lords," Lord Stark said. He did not put a title on the words. He didn't need to. "I asked the king's leave to keep you back. I ask you now to speak plain with me and with one another, and when we have spoken, to kneel or stand and know why you do either." He told them of the letters from the wall, not L of them, but enough. Men lost in the snow on a late summer day, tracks that were not tracks, the feel of the woods. He told them of southern murk without names, measuring his words so that he did not carry south's foul air across the water to the tree. He did not speak of crowns, not yet. He set the wrapped bundle on a flat stone, and the face of the weirwood watched the bundle as if it would bleed. "We are north," Lord Stark said. "We are our own length, and we take no man's measure but those we hold up to ourselves." He looked at each lord in turn, long enough that the men cleared their throats or looked away as they felt themselves seen. "I go south because the king is my friend and because I am weary of seeing Southron men ruin things that could be mended. I do not know if I can mend it with my own hands. I do know that while I am south, the north will be emptied of me and of my daughters. The boy who will sit where I have sat is my boy, and he will be a good lord. He does not yet need the weight of snow that has not fallen. He needs time to learn how to bear a cloak so heavy that it changes the way a man walks." Robb lifted his chin. His jaw worked as if he held a walnut there and was deciding whether to crack it. "I want the North to remember the shape it had when it did not need asking who to be," Lord Stark said. "I want you to look at one another and know that the man under that bear is the same who would stand there if all the lights went out, and the man under those merman scales would bring ships up the white knife by moonlight if the moon had turned her face away. I want wives to know what grain to bake and where to hide it if hunger went walking. I want spears sharpened and not boasted about. I want oaths that do not care who hears them." He let the silence grow around his words, and then he unwrapped the bundle. The crown took the light without shining. Men looked and remembered without meaning to. The Great Jon's breath came out of him with a suddenness that made the leaves tremble. Wyman Manderly raised a hand as if to steady himself, but he only touched his breast and left it there, breathing. Roose Bolton's mouth bent not at all, and in that straightness Jon saw a calculation being made quickly and well. Meege Mormont grunted loud as if she had lifted something heavy and found she liked it. "Do not bow," Lord Stark said in that iron-soft voice of his that could be the back of a hand or the hand itself. "Do not make a show of remembering. I brought this out to give weight to what I am about to say, not to call up your father's fathers from the dirt for a dance." He paused. "The songs say there were winters when we put up a winter king. We gave him the old name and the old right to call men to the fire or send them into the dark. And when the spring came and the world softened, we set him down and went back to our smaller names. I have never seen a winter like those songs. I have seen a north that forgets itself in summer because the south is so loud. I want to lower the south's voice. I want to raise yours. While I am away, I want a winter king. Not to steal my son's chair." He glanced at Robb then, long and level. "But to make a different chair beside it, for a different weight. I will not set myself up twice. It is not for me. It should not be for Robb. It is for a man who can walk between chairs and not think he must sit in both." He looked to Jon then, and the weight of all the looking in the grove shifted with him. The sound that came into Jon's ears was like the breath before a dog chooses to leap or to hold. "My son Jon will stand with me," Lord Stark said. Men turned. Some had already been turning. Jon felt the heat go out of his hands. He took one pace forward because not to take it would be to seem to hide behind Ghost, and Ghost would never hide behind him. He was aware of the white wolf the way he sometimes was in a fight, as if Ghost were not only beside him but inside him, breathing longer breaths than his. The weirwood leaned a shade closer, or the light shifted, and all of it was simply what it was. "Let me say it before you think it and make it louder in your heads than you must," Lord Stark went on. And now there was a dry thing under his tone that a Southron might have called humor, but which a Northman would have named only plainness. "He is a bastard. You know it. I know it. We have all spent enough of our air saying it that we could have warmed our hands. There is no coddling in this. I have watched him. I have watched him hold his tongue, and I have watched him hold his temper, and I have watched him hold his own against boys with more right and less steadiness. I have watched him be hurt by my honors and not grow small under the hurt. He will stand with me while I ask you to stand with each other. If he is not chosen, he will be of use. If he is chosen, he will have need of you. The Great Jon's eyes were wet as if the wind had blown too hard. He made a sound at the back of his throat, something like a beast deciding it liked the size of its cage. Meej Mormont spat neatly into the leaves and said nothing. Wyman Manderly put his heavy hand on his heart again and bowed, just slightly, as if he had tasted a piece of fruit long absent from his tables. It was Caitlyn Stark's voice that moved next, like a knife slid from a sheath so slowly you did not hear the leather. "And what will you say to your trueborn son?" she said. "When he turns to you in 30 years and asks how it was done that Winterfell had two faces and one of them wore our name and the other wore our blood without our name, will you tell him it was only for a season and teach him to believe seasons end when men want them to?" No one had seen her come into the grove. She stood at the edge of the clearing, the green light making the blue of her eyes a cold watercolor. She looked at Jon and not through him. She had always been able to do that when she chose. It took more cruelty to look at a thing and deny it than to pretend it was not there. "I will tell him," Lord Stark said, "that I did what I thought would keep the North whole." He did not raise his voice. His words carried because the grove carried them. "I will tell him he sat beside a Winter King and kept the house of Stark ready for spring. And I will tell him that if I erred in thinking too well of men I trusted. And of boys you love," Caitlyn said. She did not look away from Jon, and in her gaze, he saw the precision with which she could assemble hurt and lay it out on a table. She was not sloppy with it. That precision made it harder to bear. He kept his shoulders level. Maester Luwin cleared his throat in a way that not even the Great Jon could do. "My lady," he said, "there is precedent, though it is more sung of than written. The old tales do not speak of names being stolen. They speak of names being borrowed and returned." "Borrowed from whom?" Her voice was not sharp. It was thinner than the air in winter and as unforgiving. "From gods who do not speak to us very often? From men who are not here to complain of misuse? From sons who cannot refuse their father without becoming small in their own eyes?" She let the breath she had been holding go and some heat went with it. "If you would have me for your enemy, Ned, this will do it." Her mouth turned not in cruelty but in sorrow, and that was worse. "I would not," he said. "You set your boy in a place where men will kneel to him," she said, and now she spoke to Jon as if the knife had been turned to show him its edge. "When men kneel, they do not only say what they feel, they say what they must to protect what they love. I will not kneel to you. I will not kneel to any man who makes my son smaller when he has not yet had a chance to stand as tall as he can." "Caitlyn," Lord Stark said in a tone that held her name like a hand holds a hand that is beginning to tremble, "it is not your son I will make smaller. It is the South I will make smaller." She looked at him for a long time, and in her gaze a Northman would have read 100 years of tide and marriage and grief and holding what you had been given until your fingers bled. Then she stepped back out of the light and left them. The air seemed to fit again into the space she had emptied, and yet not quite. It was the Great Jon who spoke first into that quiet. "I am not a man for much thinking," he announced, which was the sort of thing men said when they had been thinking very hard and wanted to make a joke of it. "But I am not too thick to know what the snow smells like. It smells like snow." He thumped his chest. "We have a wall. We have a winter coming whether the South reads it in their tea leaves or not. You put this boy up and call him Winter King, and if he fails, I'll be the first to knock him down. You put him up and he holds, and I'll be the first to break the man who says he should sit down before the spring is willing." Meej Mormont spat again, thoughtfully this time, and a leaf caught the spittle, and the leaf turned over like a little boat. "Bear Island knows no king but the one who keeps the bears fed and the dead out of the trees," she said. "Call him what you will. If he eats little and fights much, he will do. If he eats much and fights little, he will not last the first blow. I'll kneel to the food he sets on my people's tables and the blades he hones. Names don't keep the wind off. Wyman Manderly bowed as if he had decided to bow before he came here and wanted to do it properly. White Harbor remembers what a true North looks like, he said, and his voice was mellifluous even when it was firm. We remember ships lying too low in the water with grain and with iron. We remember the winter wolves coming down out of stories to feed the poor. We remember certain hurts as well. It is a deep cup. We do not drink from it lightly. He turned his large head to Jon. If a boy wears the old name, he must not be a boy long. Can you be other than a boy, my prince? Jon did not start at the word. He had been taught too young that starting was a weakness someone would learn. He met the fat man's eyes and did not flinch at their shrewdness. I can be what the North requires, he said, and the plainness of it surprised him a little. It sounded like his father speaking out of his mouth. If what you require is a man who eats simple and makes simple commands and takes the blame for what goes wrong without spending a lot of breath finding new words for old trouble, then I can be that. If what you require is a man who knows what it is to be lesser than the name he wears and to earn it day by day, then I can be that. If what you require is something else, say so now and I will go to the wall and be a brother there where the cold strips all names off and leaves only bone. Roose Bolton's mouth moved at last, not much. Good, he said. He speaks like a Northman. We pretend we like soft speech and large words in the summer, but the truth is we like meat in winter, and meat does not ask to be described. The crannogmen, who had come in quiet as fog, looked among themselves and then at the weirwood, which was their habit. One of them was no taller than Arya, and had the eyes of a fox that had learned all the traps and did not yet know if it had learned all the men. The swamps are the swamps whether they are called lakes by a king or called a mess by a fool, he said. We will kneel if the old gods nod and the white wolf does not bite our hands off when we do. There is no law older than teeth. I make law, Jon said without thinking. The words came out sure. And the law I make first is this. The old gods get their nod before men get mine. A raven in the trees said something like a laugh, and the leaves moved the way hair moves on a man's arm when cold walks there. So, Lord Stark said. He lifted the crown. No one breathed. Even the wind set itself to listening. If there is a winter to be met by one man's name in the old way, is this the man? Look at him. You know what he is and what men say of him. You know what he has done in our yards and at our tables and in the heads of our sons and daughters when he has been gentle with them who needed gentleness. Do not kneel to a story. Kneel to the flesh in front of you or do not kneel at all. Jon felt as if his legs belonged to a tanner's boy who had put them on and run off without paying. He stood and he did not shake, but that was because he made not shaking the only command he knew how to give himself. Ghost pressed his side. The white wolf tilted his head back and looked up into the red eye of the tree, and just then a drop of sap let go and fell and hit the wolf between the eyes like a priest's blessing. The Great Jon went down to one knee as if the ground had opened under him and he had chosen to make it look like intention. Meej Mormont went down with a grunt. Wyman Manderly made a production of it, lowering himself with dignity and a will that would not be hurried, and then he was on both knees with his head bent. The crannogmen went to one knee without a sound. Galbart Glover followed, and the men of House Serwyn and House Tallheart and House Hornwood. Roose Bolton did not kneel at once, and Jon felt the waiting tighten in the air like a bowstring. When Bolton did kneel, it was with an abruptness that made him look like a man avoiding a blow. Robb stood. His throat moved. He did not kneel. Jon looked at him because he could not look, and Robb stared back and his eyes said a lot of things and none of them rose to his mouth. He lifted his chin and did not move. Jon did not know if he wanted him to kneel or not. He thought of Caitlyn Stark's face and of spring. Lord Stark set the crown upon Jon's head. It was cold. Of course it was cold. It sat not like honor but like metal, reminding him by its touch that he had a skull and skin and hair that would lie oddly where the spikes pressed. He felt the weight and knew it was not truly heavy, but he also felt the weight of the kneeling and the not kneeling and the weirwood's red breath. He thought of bread again because bread did not lie to a man about how heavy it was. In the sight of gods who don't much care for being called to witness, Lord Stark said, and in the sight of men who must make do with what they have, I name this one Winter King. king in the north of our remembering, king under the snow. He will keep you fed or he will go hungry. He will keep you whole or he will be cut. You will keep him steady or he will fall. It is not a thing for boasting. It is a thing for doing, by daylight and by moonlight and by the little lights men carry in their own hands when the great ones have been blown out. Rise for the bread. Rise for the winter. Rise for the north. They rose. The world did not end. The stream kept its careful talk. A bird dared a small note. Jon took a breath and let it out and tasted iron and leaf and the bitter of a fear he had swallowed long ago that had not poisoned him after all, only changed the color of some part of him he could not see. The rest of the day came on with an ordinary patience that astonished him. Work did not stop because of a crown. Men needed soup and meat. The yard wanted sweeping. Squires wanted to be cuffed into remembering not to hold their breath when they lifted. Maester Luwin tugged at his sleeve and made a list under his breath with ink that smudged because he was more excited than he let on. Ser Roderick wanted to put the spear in his hand and see how he moved with extra weight and whether the crown would tilt if he turned too quickly. Robb looked at him and then looked away and then looked back, and that was the hardest weight of all. It seemed to Jon that, if he were at court in the south, the next thing would have been a feast and then a treachery. At Winterfell, the next thing was a count of salt fish and the check of a broken yoke and a messenger who had come at a run from one of the shepherd holdings with news of 3 thin cows that would not see frost unless someone helped them. He made decisions that had nothing to do with song and everything to do with keeping hands working and mouths shut around what was put into them. Caitlyn Stark did not appear again that afternoon. He was grateful and ashamed to be grateful. He found himself in the yard with Arya at his elbow and Sansa on the steps, and he thought of them on the King's Road and felt his heart turn over. Arya looked at his head as if he had taken someone else's cap and would get thumped for it when he was caught. Sansa looked at his head as if she expected to find it in a tale told by a careful singer with a clean voice and a good memory. "Does it hurt?" Arya asked. "Only when I think," Jon said. "Then you'll be fine," she said cheerfully. "People will bring you everything. Ghost looks bigger today. Did he eat a lord?" "Only his pride," Jon said. Sansa folded her hands a certain way she had learned this past month that made them look like carved ivory. "Lady would have looked pretty in that light," she said, and then she bit her lip as if she had said something too close to something she could not bear to think of yet. Jon felt the sting of it, too. He wanted to put a hand to her shoulder and tell her that memory and sorrow were a kind of coin that bought real things, but it was not a coin she could spend yet without being cheated. He bowed his head to her as he would to a grown lady. She smiled and was relieved to be in a part of the world where gestures had meanings that did not wound. The first raven from the wall came at dusk. It was not a raven in the account book sense. It was a bird with ragged tail feathers that bit Jon's finger before it handed over its ribbon, and then sat on the windowsill and regarded the room with contempt. Maester Luwin eased the ribbon free and squinted at the letters. His face settled into that careful, sorrowful shape men wear when they do not want to alarm the house and do not pretend there is no cause for alarm. "Lord Stark," he said, "from the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch." They stood under the lamp and read it, Jon and Robb and Lord Stark and Ser Roderick. The old bear's hand had no patience for flourish. Said, "Men went missing near the White Tree. We found them again when we should not have. Wood that will not burn. Hounds that will not take a scent they would have taken last summer. The old watch is old. We need men. We need grain. We need eyes that are not grown used to seeing nothing and calling it safety." There was a word there 2 lines further that made the hair lift on Jon's neck and then lie down hard. "Dead." Lord Stark's mouth tightened. "Ser Roderick," he said very quietly. "Send riders to Serwyn, to Hornwood, to Tallheart. Quietly. We will send grain and men who will not drink where they ought to sleep. Wyman will give us ships. We will get them to the wall before the road becomes a story people tell. And you," he turned to Jon, "you will choose the men who go. Not all Lord's sons. Half lived long enough to think snow is a story. I want woodcutters and men who spent their nights in barns and men who have heard a fox scream and not run to tell someone about it. I want men who say little and keep their feet warm. 20 to start." Jon nodded. He had not yet learned the habit of saying words before he knew what he would do with them. The crown sat on a peg. It did not need the inside of his skull to keep its shape. He felt for Ghost with his mind without looking. The wolf's presence was a calm beyond the door, a white shape moving through the castle's familiarity. Ser Roderick rubbed his beard. "There has been some talk of the king's man coming north with a list," he said in that grooming way he had of laying a warning on the table as if it Ericombe, to make sure the north fulfills its obligations. If he finds us sending grain and men to the wall when the south needs fodder for tourneys and plumed pride, he can bring me a parchment with the seals of all 7 hells, Lord Stark said, and his voice had a flatness in it that made Jon feel as if the room had dropped 1 handspan lower. "He will eat what bread I give him and leave as much. We sent men before there were dragons. We will send men when the south has forgotten how to spell our names. If the king himself comes to take that bread and those men from the mouths of the wall." He stopped and looked down, a man remembering his own oaths. "Then I will tell him to take something from me instead. But he will not come." Robb stood straighter, as if a bit had been put in his mouth and he meant to show he could bear it. "I'll go with the first sours," he said. "I'll see the stores myself." "You will sit in my chair," Lord Stark said without heat. "And you will not like it. And you will do it anyway." After the raven, the hall felt smaller. Fires seemed to burn lower by a finger's breadth. Maester Luwin went about with his list, soot under his nails. The men from White Harbor arrived shortly after midnight because Wyman Manderly had set them moving before he had knelt. They were a practical lot and carried smell of fish and tar and the restless patience of men who trusted wood and had been betrayed by it often enough to know how to forgive. Jon spoke with their captain by lamplight and decided to send him to the east stores because the man did not talk about honor at all. He talked about currents. When sleep came at last, it came without sweetness. Jon dreamed of snow and a noise in the trees like something walking on bones very far away, and in the dream he went toward it because that was what there was to do. He woke with a film of cold in his mouth, as if he had been breathing winter through his teeth. Ghost lay across the doorway like spilled milk. The wolf lifted his head and blinked. In the morning, Jon walked the wall walk over the inner gatehouse with Ser Roderick and looked down into the yard where boys made themselves into men by letting other boys strike them and then rising and striking back more cleverly. He saw Theon showing a boy a trick that would get him hurt against a grown man and calling it cunning. He saw Robb watching his own boys and letting his hand rest quiet on the hilt so that they learned not to look to it. He saw a woman come into the yard with a basket of socks knitted by a hand that had known the shape of a man's heel since before the man in the socks had been born. He saw Caitlyn Stark pause at the doorway and take a breath that looked like a prayer and then go on as if she had not taken it. "Will you ride to the Western Holdings yourself?" Ser Roderick asked without turning his head. "I will not leave the castle within 2 days of putting that weight on my skull," Jon said. He said it in the tone he had learned from Lord Stark when Lord Stark was saying a thing that people would not want to hear but would hear anyway because it had been said in that tone. "Robb sits. I walk. That will be the shape we have until it stops making sense." Ser Roderick grunted, approving not the words but the shape of the tone. "You will need to speak to Roose Bolton," he said, "before he comes to speak to you, and speak so much you find you have answered questions you did not hear asked." "I will speak to him now," Jon said, and he sought the Pale Lord in the places where men who like to listen go when they want to be found. He found Bolton in the small covered yard where the wind cut through and the light came down like a knife. The man had his gloves off and his hands looked as if they had been washed more often than any other part of him. He stood very still. The men who were not foolish left him to his thoughts. Jon went up to him and said nothing until Bolton had a chance to lift his eyes and see him come. "My lord," Roose Bolton said. He did not put a title on Jon because he did not need to be seen to do so. He had bowed yesterday. Today he would not waste a bow when conversation would do. "You will ride east," Jon said. "You will go to the Dreadfort and to the farms between. You will send me a count of men we may send north without giving up the teeth we need if the wolves come down hungry. You will send men to the wall and you will choose them so that the midwives among them know how to keep people alive and the men among them have held axes to trees as well as to men. You will speak to me of what you do before you do it if you would have coin from White Harbor to move it faster." Roose Bolton's eyes did not change in their color. They did something else. They flickered once, as if he had seen something behind Jon that he wished to see again. "You sound like your father," he said. It was not a compliment or an accusation. "I am not my father," Jon said. "I do not expect to be forgiven for it." "Good," Roose said, and a whisper of something like satisfaction moved over his face. "Men who are their fathers are too easy to hunt." He tilted his head. "When the South comes, will you ask us to look where they point, my king? Or will you ask us to look where the snow tells us to?" "I will ask you to look where I point," Jon said, and kept his gaze level. "And I will point where the snow tells me to." Roose Bolton smiled without showing any teeth at all. "Then we will have winter together," he said, and went away with a walk that did not disturb the straw. When Jon turned, he found Theon slanting toward him like a shadow that wanted to be seen. Theon had a way of bringing with him the smell of the sea even when he had been inland for years. It clung to his japes, and to the careless way he ran a hand through his black hair. He grinned as he came, and the grin was a dare. "So," Theon said. He looked at the peg where the crown had rested in Jon's chamber, and then at Jon's head as if measuring both, and then shrugged as if the difference did not trouble him. "Does the bronze make the bread sweeter? I have noticed men are eager to feed you now." "They were eager yesterday," Jon said. "You are just noticing now." Theon laughed. "You always had too much of the North in you to play. The thing sits on you well enough. The old men like it. It gives them something to tell their wives. A winter king, that will light fires in cold beds." His eyes slid to the side and then back. "Robb will eat under you. Will he not choke?" "Will you?" Jon asked, and the smallness of his own patience surprised him less than the gentle way the question left him. Theon spread his hands. "I am not your enemy, Jon. Winterfell is a pleasant roof over my head, and your barley cakes make a wet morning tolerable." He leaned in. "But my father will want to know what it means when a boy in the North is called king when no dragon has told him he may be. The drowned god sets kings on wet stones after drowning them. It is a neat business. Your old tree bleeds and men kneel. I'll write him and tell him all about it. He will like that well." There was that grin again. "You'll write him," Jon said. He did not say do not. It would be like telling wind not to blow, and it would mark Theon, who in that way was honest. "And I will know what you write because I will know you. Tell him the North is raising a wall around itself. Tell him there will be little silver in the river mouths for the taking this winter. Tell him the men in the bays will be watching with eyes that do not tire. Tell him that if he sends his bright sons to winter here, I will put meat in their mouths and weapons in their hands, and that would be better than sending men with hooks to fish where they ought not." Theon's grin flattened. "I have no brothers," he said. "You know it as well as anyone here who said welcome to me with their mouth and bastard with their eyes." His head dropped a little and then it rose. "Well then, king, will you set me watching the sea? I can smell when it wants to bite." "I will set men who do not want to prove things to themselves," Jon said. "You will be in the yard. You will teach boys to use spears they can lift, and you will not show them tricks they cannot see the use of." "Ah," Theon said, and his grin came back because he could not bear to go long without it. "So the crown has stolen your sense of humor. I did not know crowns ate such things." He bowed, not too low. "I will do as your old bear wishes. I have not seen a winter king before. It will be a tale to tell a girl when the summer comes around again." "When it does," Jon said, and Theon went away whistling. By midday the messages had begun to come like flakes of snow that do not seem heavy until the drift lies across the door. "How sickening here. A man seen twice in two places, which either meant men lied or something worse. A shadow at a ford that made horses shy. A boy gone missing in the wolfswood and then found again with a face he would not show even when his mother cupped his chin and whispered his name. He tried not to make the big decisions a man makes when he wants to seem a man. He made the small decisions that gave other men a chance to keep their courage warm. When he could not think of another thing to be done, he went down into the crypts. People went to the crypts when they wanted to be reminded that thinking did not make a very big noise in the long run. He brought a candle, not because he needed its light. He could have found the steps with his eyes closed, but because the smell of tallow steadied him. Ghost came at his heel and then ranged ahead, then back, then ahead. The Stone Kings regarded him as they had since he was small, with the faint sadness that comes of having seen all storms and being indifferent to them. He passed Brandon and Ricard and went to where Lyanna lay. Blue winter roses had been carved into the stone, as if the mason had been in love with the idea of them. Someone, he did not need to guess who, had put a new sprig of something there a few days ago and it had dried and turned papery. He touched it and it crackled. "I do not know who you were to me," he said softly. He was not a man given to talking to stone, and the words came out feeling odd in his mouth. "I do not know if you would want me to wear this thing, if you want me to throw it into the pool and rub my forehead on the bark until the sap marks me. I do not know what your voice sounded like except the part of it that is in the way Father says your name. But if you were the sort of person men made statues for because they could not bear it otherwise, then you will not be offended if I ask you to keep an eye on us like a woman standing on a step looking down into a yard. If we are foolish, cough. If we are cruel, scowl. If we are about to forget how far winter goes, sigh, and I will hear it." Ghost whined softly. The candle guttered once and then steadied. Something like a flower smell moved in the air and was gone. He stood there until the cold pushed itself through his shoes and made his toes ache. When he came up, the day had flattened and the men in the yard moved as if they were pushing something that did not want to move and would not thank them when it had. It was not dramatic. It was simply the feeling of winter beginning to put its hand on the shoulder of a house and say, "Come with me." At evening he sat with his father and Robb and Maester Luwin and Wyman Manderly and listened while people who had walked the White Knife explained how far a ship could go in shallow water if men got out and pushed, and if men had ropes, and if men had songs to keep them level. He tasted river mud in their words and felt grateful for it. He signed a thing that would make some man in White Harbor happy and another man in Barrowton suspicious. He thought of the boys in the yard and sent word that they should eat meat tonight, not just stew. He did not say why. It was good when a boy ate meat and did not ask who had given it to him. By night he was drunk with tiredness, not with wine. That would come some other time when the house did not need the steadiness in his fingers. He sent half the candles to bed and kept the other half for the people who read late. He stepped out into the yard and stood under the gray hull of the sky and let the cold come up under his tunic. Ghost pressed his shoulder into the back of Jon's knee and held him upright in a way neither of them would speak of. The crown was on his head because men were watching and because it was heavy in his hand when it was not heavy on his skull. He looked up at the window where he had slept as a boy and felt the shape of his sleep in his bones as if it had been carved there. Footsteps came. He knew them before he turned. Robb had a way of stepping that was neither heavy nor light. He carried his body like a boy who had been told often how to carry it and had learned how to carry it when he forgot he was being watched. "Brother," Robb said. Jon nodded. He did not say the word because his throat had tightened around it earlier in the crypts and had not relaxed yet. "There is a thing," Robb said, "that sits in my mouth and becomes worse the longer I do not spit it out. So I will say it. I am glad of you." He spoke it like a confession. "I am not easy, but I am glad of you. When I looked at you in the godswood and did not kneel, it was because I did not know whether I would be kneeling for spring as well and mother's face." His words trailed. He swallowed and tried again, with the same courage that had made him go back on the yard when a bigger boy had bloodied his lip. "If I kneel in spring, it will be because you have kept my house whole in winter, not because I am afraid to make our father angry. I do not think I will kneel in spring. That is meant to be my chair. You know it. I know it. But I will kneel in winter when the old trees bleed and the wolves come down out of their places and the thin boys want to eat. I will kneel then and I will be proud to. When spring comes, you will be glad to sit, and I will be glad to stand. And if I am not glad, I will do it anyway. So that is said." Jon laughed then, a small noiseless thing that felt like the first breath taken after being held under. "We will not talk this much every night," he said. "Gods know," Robb said fervently. "I shall forget how." "Good," Jon said. Then tomorrow we can tell boys to hold their spears higher and not be afraid of showing their armpits. And today we can stand here and remember we have hands we can put on each other's shoulders." He did so. Robb put his hand there too. They both looked at the hand a moment, and then they were boys again very briefly, not king and lord, not halves of a house with the old tree looking at them, only two young men who knew what it was to share warmth on a cold step. After that there was a week that seemed both packed with tasks and empty of moments that would make good song. Men moved. Grain that had been counted was counted again, and then moved, and then counted at the other end. Carts broke axles in ruts that had not been there the day before. A child the color of bark was found sleeping behind the stables and brought into the kitchen and fed. Wyman Manderly returned to White Harbor and sent a boat back that had a hull that made men say good and a captain who made men say we will see. Meej Mormont took 10 women out into the wolfswood with axes on their shoulders and came back with wood and news of a deer that had not run and that had looked at them too long before it did. Roose Bolton sent a folded paper with numbers on it and a smaller piece of paper with a name on it of a man he suggested should not be left alone with women when the lights were out. The old bear wrote again, "Bring furs. Bring men who can make do with little. Bring men who do not love the sound of their own tails more than they love the sound of the wind telling them to shut their mouths. Bring a boy who has seen a dead thing that did not seem to be done being dead and still sleeps at night anyway." Jon read that last line twice and thought of his own sleep, which had not yet been taken from him by visions but had grown thinner. He gathered men. He chose them with a smallness of hand that would have angered poets. He chose a man who had once lived a winter with only one boot because he had given the other to a boy. He chose a man who had buried his daughter himself and had not fallen into drink after. He chose a boy who smiled only when he carried water and a woman who did not smile when she set bone and who had set bone straight in dogs and men and had not cried once while doing it. He made mistakes, no doubt. He did not worry about the mistakes yet. That was for nights when his head hurt and the crown was on the peg and he needed something that would keep him from thinking of the empty fields. Caitlyn Stark came to him when the second week was nearly done. She came to his chamber as if it were a room she had been permitted to enter only because her hands were clean and her belly was heavy with a child her husband loved. Her hands were clean. Her belly was empty of children and full of other weights. She did not look at the peg where the crown sometimes hung. She looked at his face as if it were an old path she had walked once in summer and now in winter and did not trust. "I cannot forgive your father for this," she said before he could speak. "I have tried to lay my anger down. I have not found a place for it. It is not you I am angry with." "I know," Jon said. It was both a courtesy and a truth. His heart had been a place for other people's anger so long that it had worn a shape for it. "I am sorry you have to carry it." She took a breath. "There is a thing I must say before it rots." She stood very straight and reminded him of a spear. "The boy you were was not to blame for being born. The man you are is not to blame for men kneeling. It is not your fault. It is not your doing. It is not your victory. Do not take pride in it." Her mouth softened. "Do not take shame in it either." "I will take bread in it," Jon said. He had said it before without words, and now he found the words for it. "I will take tasks. I will take trouble I can lift." "Good," she said. "And this also, I will not call you king. Not in spring. Not in winter. Robb is my son. I am a mother before I am a lady. Cannot help it. I do not want to help it. But I will not step in your way when you send men to keep boys alive. If you save lives, I will not hate the hands that did it. I will bring you a bandage if you are hurt doing it. That is all I can do." He bowed his head. He did not know how to answer, and sometimes not answering was the right way to answer. She looked at the white of ghost where it lay by the hearth, and her face changed a little, warmed from the fire and from the old memory of a day when 6 wolves had been found in summer. "I did not want to like them when Ned brought them into my hall," she said. "But lies fall off animals when you spend time with them." "She has him," Jon said, and Caitlyn's mouth twitched. "Sansa," he added. "I know," she said. "She thinks he is another ribbon and he is not. But he is a ribbon that bites her when she is foolish, and that is well. You cannot be always watching them." "I know," Jon said. After she left, he took the crown and turned it over in his hands. There were dents in it that had not come from his head. The old iron had been hammered by a man who had known what it was to see metal decide to be stubborn. He set it back on the peg and went down to the kitchen and rolled up his sleeves and kneaded the bread when the baker's boy's hands cramped, because a king's hands could be put to flour as well as to iron. The boy's eyes filled with tears. Not gratitude, though that might come later, but relief, immediate and unembarrassed, and Jon found that relief sweeter than any meal. The next day brought snow that did not melt on the stones where the steam ran light. It made patterns on the crenellations like work done by a careful woman with a good eye for repeating designs. Men went about with their collars up and their words shorter. The town outside the walls sent in its quiet pains, and Jon sent back quiet relief. A man's shoulder was set. A dog's leg was splinted. A store of onions was divided in a way that made no one happy and no one angry enough to break something valuable. The ravens kept coming. The old bear wrote a line that would not leave Jon's head. There are dead things walking, boy. We light the fires we can. Send men who know the difference between fear and foolishness. By then, it had gotten around to the south that something unusual had happened under the red leaves. The words that came from White Harbor were round and respectful. The words that came from Barrowton were plain. The words that came behind those words from the south were scented with surprise and anger and the sort of laughter men laugh when they think they can ride over something by mocking it. A royal courier appeared at the gate with the stamped coin of his authority and a letter that smelled faintly of a perfume some lady had touched once with a hand too idle for useful work. Lord Stark took the letter and opened it and read it, and his mouth tightened. He would ride south soon. He had not ridden yet because he had wanted to lay the winter's bones where men could see them and not simply hear them named. He would ride and the house's breath would shorten. Jon looked at the courier and saw a decent man who had worn the king's colors longer than was comfortable and had learned how to fold his body around letters as if to keep them warm. "Eat with us," Jon told him. "You have ridden far. Your horse wants a dry corner." He put meat in the man's bowl and did not ask him what joke he had heard from the south. He would hear it soon enough in the way other men held their mouths. That night he dreamed of the heart tree again, not as a thing that bled but as a thing that breathed. He stood with his hand on its trunk and felt his breath match the slow in and out of a living thing that had no lungs. When he woke, he had the smell of sap in his hair and his hand was sticky. He looked at the palm and found a smear of red that did not make him shudder. He washed it in the stream in the godswood, and the water ran thin with color and then went clear. Near dawn, a boy from the east storehouses came running with a message that broke as it came out of his mouth and then found its shape. "My lord," he said to Jon, and would not say king because the word snagged in his lip, and Jon was content that it did. "There was a shape at the edge of the yard last night, taller than a man ought to be, but I could see its bones through it when it turned. It stood and looked at the wall as if it were trying to remember what a wall was." He gulped, and then it was gone. Jon put his hand on the boy's shoulder. The shoulder was sharp under the tunic. "You were where you should be," he said. "You saw what you saw. You told me. Now you will eat and you will sleep and you will not go to the edge of the yard at night alone." The boy cried then, quick and hard, and stopped as if the crying had been a task he had done, like fetching water. "I," he said, and stared at Ghost with a gratitude he would not find for a man for several years. They sent men to the place. There were marks in the old frost. Not footsteps, not quite. The men came back quiet and did not boast of having seen a thing. They did not make it a larger tale than it was. That was something Jon liked very much. Horror that grows in the telling is a Southron luxury. In the North, men keep horror folded small in their pockets and take it out only to show to someone who needs to see it, then put it away again. He held that thought all day, steadied him. When Lord Stark came to him in the evening and said, "I ride in the morning," Jon felt the world tilt and then right itself. "I will walk you as far as the outer gate," he said. "You will stand on the gatewalk," Lord Stark said. "It is where kings stand when men go out from them." He paused. "Do you need me to bless you?" "Some men do. Some men need me to beat them. I can do either." Jon smiled. "Everyone else will do those things to me. I will take bread from you." They ate. The hall was quieter than it had been in weeks. Men were placing their breath in careful places, as if they would leave the shape of it there for others to see. Robb kissed his father, because boys do not stop being boys because other men kneel near them. Sansa was pale and brave and carried herself like a tale someone would tell later to a younger girl who had to be made to sit still to hear it. Arya cried and wiped her snot with the back of her hand and let no one steady her, and then went back to her room and kicked the bedpost until her toe hurt. Caitlyn was stone. She looked at Jon once, and he thought he saw in her gaze the idea of a bridge that had been built out of winter and would hold until spring and then be taken apart politely and stored under the mill for next time. At dawn they gathered. The yard felt like a held breath. Lord Stark mounted with the grace of a man who had worn a saddle long and had never made an enemy of a horse. Ghost sat like a snowbank. Jon stood with his hands on the stone and the crown on his head. It was not much of a crown. It was enough. "Keep them fed," Lord Stark said. The words were for Jon and for Robb and for everyone within earshot. "Keep them busy. When the snow says stop, stop. When it says move, move. When a man laughs too loud at bad news, watch him. When a man does not laugh at good bread, feed him more. I will send what help I can send. I will send word. Pay no attention to words that come through too many hands. Pay attention to the hands." Jon swallowed. "I will be here," he said. It was a vow that did not sound like one. Those are usually the best kind. He looked at the men around him. They were his. He did not own them. He held them the way a man holds a door open in a storm, because it must be done, because he is the one at the hinge. Lord Stark lifted his hand and then dropped it, decided against a gesture that would be too much. He looked up at his son on the wall, and the old look moved over his face. That look of a man who sees something he loves in a place he had not expected to see it and is trying not to let his mouth tell the world what his heart has just done. Then he wheeled his horse and went, and the men behind him went, and the yard exhaled. The watchmen took up their places. Winterfell settled into its winter early. It did not become silent. It became serious. The yard rang with iron and breath. The kitchen smoked. The ravens came and went like thoughts a man has at his workbench and lays aside when the work's shape demands both hands. The sea wind rose sometimes and brought with it a taste of salt that made old men's eyes go far away. Jon slept less and did not feel cheated. He dreamed of trees and of wolves and of men walking in snow with their shoulders square because they had learned not to let fear round them. Twice messengers came with the royal seal and the smell of south in their hair and letters that said in a hand large with flourishes that the king looked eagerly to see Lord Eddard's hand in his affairs and would be glad to be assured that all was well in the frozen parts. Jon wrote back in Maester Luwin's neat hand, saying that the stores were good and the men were steady and that Lord Eddard would send detail when he had the breath for it. He did not write the words Winter King. He did not write the word king at all. He wrote harvest and count and grain and store and stable. Those were the names that mattered. The first men went to the wall. They went with packs that did not depend on later help. They went with furs that smelled of old smoke and with boots that had been patched by women who muttered the names of their children as they stitched. They went with no songs and with hands that had known honest work. The old bear sent back a piece of wood that would not burn and a story of a man who had sat up after he was done dying and had to be put back down. He did not make it a large story. He made it the size of a fact. The men in the hall were quiet after that, and no one looked too long at the space where the candles did not quite push the dark away. One evening, near the end of the second month when the wind learned a new tone that it did not forget for weeks, a boat slid into the White Knife and brought with it a man in a cloak stiff with salt and a face that had been scoured by wind until there was nothing left in it that did not need to be there. He asked for the Winter King and would not say the word with reluctance or with twitching. He said it like a thing he had heard, like river ice, like the name of a bend where boats turned carefully in the thaw. Jon stood in the hall and waited for him to come in, and he came and did not look up at the banners or at the crown on the peg. He looked at Jon's hands. "From White Harbor's outermost," he said. "Men on a longship who did not pay their respects to the harbor. They took a boy. We took back the boy. They left a man behind with a head split like bread. The boat's captain said words that taste like yours, my lord. He said winter comes and we should not be foolish. He said he would upset you if his sons were turned away with empty hands. We told him his sons would be turned away with broken fingers if they tried to feel along the undersides of boats what did not belong to them. He smiled with too many teeth. He said he would come with his own hand and feel your wall if we did not let him feel our boats. He spoke like a man who had never had his fingers bitten. The sea is hungry, Jon said. He felt his mouth go hard. It comes up the river in winter and takes what it can. We will feed men instead. They have hands. They can hold nets. They can hold spears if they must. We will not let the sea eat boys. He looked at Wyman Manderly's man and saw the steadiness there and felt steadier. We will send word. We will send men who do not like the sea and men who do. We will watch. The man nodded. He did not bow. He looked at Ghost and Ghost looked back, and then he left with the same quiet in his step with which he had come. Jon went up to the godswood that night and stood with his hands on the tree. He told it about the sea and about the boys and about the way the wind had felt different all day. He did not expect the tree to answer. He stood with it as a man stands with a friend who has seen uglier things than he has and will not make them small to comfort him. He thought of Lord Stark on the King's Road, of the quiet way he sat when he was thinking and the way he made a joke sound like a piece of wood being put in the right place. He thought of Robb asleep in his father's bed, a boy who had learned to let others hear him swallow his fear. He thought of Caitlyn Stark walking in the covered way at dusk and pausing to watch the yard where boys made men out of their pride. He went back to his chamber and found a small piece of parchment under the peg where the crown hung. It had only 3 words on it, and they were in a hand he did not know. Do not bend. He smiled at the crude courage of whoever had put it there and put it back under the peg. And in the morning it smelled faintly of smoke as if a breath had warmed it in the night. He took that as a blessing. When the South came calling properly, it came with drums and with heralds who had learned to make their voices carry. It came with a man who wore the king's colors so beautifully that one felt the colors would be insulted to be seen on any other shoulders. It came with a decree in fine parchment that said nothing and everything, that said the North stores must be counted by hands the crown trusted, and that said the wall was a noble enterprise under the benevolence of the throne, and that said all fealties must be sworn anew to the king's hand through the person of the king's man. It said winter as if the word were a joke it did not understand. Jon stood in the hall with his hands on the board and let the man talk. Then he took him into a smaller room where bread was warm on a board and where the air did not smell of banners. He cut the bread and put it in the man's hand and set a knife beside it and poured him beer. He did not speak for a time. The man ate because men eat when there is bread put in their hands by other men. When the first hunger had been taken from him, Jon spoke in the tone he had learned from Lord Stark and from the winter itself. You will count the stores, he said. And you will count them with one of our men beside you who knows where the rats go when they are not in the sacks. You will write what you count and you will hand me the parchment, and I will give you another parchment that says a thing that matters to somebody who believes parchments are the shape of the world. You will be welcome at our fire when you are doing work and not welcome when you are spitting southwards to warm your own hands. You will ride back and you will tell the men who sent you that we did not keep back their grain. We sent it to the wall before you had saddled your horse to come count it. You can tell them we will continue to do so, and if they want to stop us they can come and stand at the gate and explain to a northern woman that her son will not be fed because their paper says so. They can bring the king with them if they like. He will eat our bread and go away. He will not like our winter. He will not stay. The man looked at Jon and at the bread and at the knife and then at Ghost. Then he lowered his eyes and took another bite of bread and did not speak for a time. When he did, his voice was lower. Your father and my king are friends, he said, as if reminding himself of shapes he could trust. I am to tell you that the king trusts Lord Stark to act with the crown's honor in mind. He was lying a little. He was telling part of a truth because men like him could not yet say out loud the size of their fear. Jon did not call him on it. He nodded. He will, he said, and I will act with the North's winter in mind. The crown is not a man, cannot get cold. It is a thing. winter makes things into men. You will see. Eat. There is more. We do not go hungry yet." The man ate. When he was gone, Jon let himself sit and be tired for a count of 10, and then rose because there were boys in the yard and women at the tables, and the sea at the mouth of the white knife, and the wall where men were lighting fires with wood that would burn only if it was reminded how. At some point it occurred to Jon that he had not thought about the wall as a place he would go to be a man in several days. It did not occur to him as a loss. It occurred to him as a change in the air, like the way winter carries the smell of far wood smoke. He knew that life is long if it is not cut, and that longing does not end just because a man sets his feet on another path. He went to the yard and sparred with Robb, and Robb beat him once and he beat Robb once, and they laughed as if their father had been a boy who had slipped into their skin and made their mouths do what his would have done. When they were done, he stood with Ser Roderick and watched the boys. He corrected grips and called out praise that had texture, not the soft praise that makes boys watch your face instead of their feet. On the 5th morning of the 3rd week of the Winter King's first winter, a raven came at dawn from the south, ragged and angry as if it had been swatted away from richer windows. It brought a short line in Lord Stark's hand that said only, "Trouble," then a longer one that said, "The hand of the king cuts with too many edges. When men bleed from so many wounds they lie down and make it easier for the next blade. Watch the north. Keep them warm. Do not spend our boys lightly." There was a PS in Maester Luwin's neat hand that said the king had found himself less friend in his own hall than he had thought, and was telling himself stories in a loud voice to drown out whispers. There was another PS in a hand that was almost certainly one of the girls. "Sansa sent you a bit of ribbon she thought you might like on the crown. Arya says she hopes you choke on it." Then a blot, and then, "She does not hope that. She hopes you throw it at someone. Both girls are well." Jon folded the parchment and stood a long time with it in his hand. He thought of the south with its edges. He thought of the north with its cold breath. He went to the peg and touched the crown and did not put it on. He looked at Ghost, and Ghost yawned and showed him pale teeth. "We will keep them warm," Jon said aloud, because sometimes saying a thing out loud puts a bone under it. That day he went to the cold rooms under the East Tower and spoke with the women who kept the herb stores and the dried meat and the strange things men bring in from the marshes, because marshmen say they are good when you have fevers. He learned the names of 3 dried leaves he did not know before, and learned not to put one of them too near his eyes. He learned the shape of a problem he had not considered. When men got bored, they fought in stupid ways and got hurt. So he sent boys to shovel snow off paths that did not need shoveling and made prizes of it. Not the sort of prize men boast of later, but a sock without holes. Men do more for warm feet than they tell their king about. He stood with the men in the mews when a hawk came back with a scratch across its breast, and with the tired satisfaction of a small success. He stood with a smith as the man hammered something that would become an uninteresting hinge beautiful for being good. He learned to like the feel of old wood under his hand more than he had liked the feel of a sword's wire grip when he was a boy. He liked bread more than he liked applause. Applause was often cold. Bread stayed warm while you held it and made your hands smell of work. On a night when the moon was a thin coin you would not stoop for and the snow whispered at the edges of the yard, Jon took a lantern and went up to the gatewalk to stand while the watch changed. The lamp's light made a pool that reminded him of the pool in the godswood with different colors. He stood and breathed and thought of nothing. It was only when he had been there long enough that his feet had begun to complain that he realized he was not alone. A man stood a few paces off, not too near, not with the stiff shoulders of a supplicant or the jitter of a man with a favor to ask. He wore the gray cloaks of a Winterfell man whose duty it was to be none of the things men miss when they are tired. The man did not salute. He cleared his throat softly so as not to startle his king, which pleased Jon because the man knew that startling a king was stupid. "My lord," the man said. There was a sound beyond the timberline, not near, further than that. I have lived long enough to hear wind and to hear wolf and to hear men who want to be wolves and to hear women who want to be wind. I have not heard this. What did it sound like? Jon asked. The man thought for longer than most men allow themselves. That alone told Jon he had chosen rightly to stop and speak. "Snow crying," he said at last. "Not like a woman, not like a child. like snow when it has made up its mind to take back a field from men who had thought to plow. Still, it will not do it all at once, but it will do it. He shifted his weight. I thought you would want to know. I do, Jon said. You were right to tell me. He put his hand on the man's shoulder. It was a simple gesture. It said as much as 10 lines of a speech a Southron might deliver. What is your name? Byron, my lord. Byron, Jon said. Eat, go to your warmest place, then take your sleep in your boots. You may have to stand up faster than you expect. Byron grunted approval as a man who has already considered sleeping in his boots. Jon stood and let the cold take him to the edges. He felt Ghost below and behind him in the courtyard, and through that white shape he felt the yard's familiar dark. He looked north and knew there were dead things walking, and he looked south and knew there were living things making themselves into dead ones with knives covered in pretty patterns. He was 20, almost. He was a bastard, and then something else, and then something that would snap if he bragged about it. He was the Winter King. He was a boy with flour in his nails. He was Eddard Stark's son. He was something else some other man had made with a woman whose face men had made into a story. He was all of those things, and none of them made the snow less cold on the inside of his wrist. He went down, then, and ate bread at the lower table and listened to the talk of men who did not notice their king because he sat as if he had been there all his life, because perhaps he had. He laughed at the right places. He did not laugh in the wrong places. He went to bed and dreamed of a road that ran not south but north, into a forest full of old breath, and he woke with the taste of iron in his mouth and did not mind it. In the yard at first light, the boys groaned under new tasks and men did not stop breathing, and the ravens came and went and the crown sat on its peg and on his head and nowhere at all at the same time. Winter held its quiet court. Far away, something in the south moved its bright pieces and told itself it had made a thing happen. At Winterfell, men brought wood in and carried ash out. A dog barked and was hushed. A woman told a child to stop scratching. The wind drew lines around the towers as if measuring whether they would hold. Jon stood in the godswood with his hand on the tree and his mind on the men he would send tomorrow and on the grain he would move the day after that and on the sea and on the wall and on the look in Robb's eyes when they had both been hit and were both laughing. And he let the winter breathe him in and out as if he belonged there. He did. The North has a way of choosing its men without saying so. The old gods had bled on his wolf and on his brow and on his hands. He wiped his hands clean on his cloak and went to the hall. The door hung a little crooked on its hinge. He would have a man fix that in the morning. Things must fit. That was the work. The crown would do as it liked. He would do what was his. When the horn sounded from the gate at mid-morning, one long, low note that meant not enemy at sight but stranger at the door, Jon was halfway down the steps with Robb at his shoulder before he realized he had moved. He could feel, beyond the feeling, that the day had not yet decided whether it would be a day with a line drawn across it. He crossed the yard and the men parted like wheat before a scythe that had done the field for 20 years and did not need to shout about it. At the gate stood a man crusted with road dust, with a weapon wrapped in cloth slung across his back that had the length of a sword but the shape of something perhaps a little older. He did not have the walk of a Southron, and he did not have the stillness of a Crannogman. He carried himself as if he had learned long ago to lay each foot exactly so because the land would punish imprecision. He raised his head enough that the light caught his eyes. They were blue as river ice and hard as the stone that lies under shallow water. "My lord," he said. He did not say king, not because he refused, because the word was not yet in his mouth. It would come if needed. "I have come from the last river with something that was found near the sheep runs where the ground remembers what it is to be marsh. We think it is old. We think it is wrong. We thought you should see it before we burn it or bury it or take it back where we found it. If we can find there again. The land shifts. The footprints did not like to be footprints." He opened the cloth. The thing within was not a sword. It had a blade, yes, but it had also a fullness that spoke of having held a shape too long, of having been made to be one thing and now wanting to be another. There were lines in it where there should not have been lines. There were places where light chose not to sit. It made the hair on Jon's arm lift in a way he had felt only once before, with the piece of wood the old bear had sent. He looked at Robb and saw his brother's jaw go tight. He looked at the men nearest and saw some of them step back a pace and some of them step forward one and leave their heads right where they were. He looked at Ghost and saw the wolf's lip wrinkle in a snarl that was not anger but something older. He reached out and did not touch it. He did not think of the South for that moment at all. He thought of the North and of a winter older than kings. He thought of the crown on the peg. He thought of the heart tree's slow breath. "Bring it to the godswood," he said. His voice was steady. "Bring it there, and we will let the old gods breathe on it and see if it cares." He felt the winter under his feet as a man feels a ship under him when it has stopped thinking of the shore. "Then we will put it where it belongs. If the men at the wall should see it, I will send it. If the fire should have it, I will give it. If the snow should take it back, I will take my hands off." He looked at the man again. "Your name?" "Harold," the man said. "From a little place with no name you would know." "I will know it when the snow names it," Jon said. "You will eat and sleep when this is done. Your feet have been stubborn. Reward them." The man laughed once, quick and grateful to find his king had a mouth shaped like a Northman's mouth. "Aye," he said. They went to the godswood with men carrying the wrapped thing as if it had weight beyond weight. The heart tree waited with the same face it had worn for 1,000 years. The stream spoke its steady sentence. Crows moved in the branches, bored and curious, which is how crows are. Jon had them clear a place on the stone and lay the thing down. He nodded to Maester Luwin, who flanked him with charts and with humility, and to Ser Roderick, whose sword was honesty and whose arms were tired and would not admit it. He unwrapped the thing and the air around it cooled as if winter had leaned closer. Men drew breath as one. Jon reached out and this time he did touch it. His fingers tingled and then did not. He did not know what metal it was. He knew he had never wanted anything less near his house and never wanted anything more under his eye. "It is north," he said. It was not a question. "It is wrong," Ghost growled. The heart tree wept its slow red at the corner of its mouth. "Maester," Jon said. "Right?"
"Ser Rodrik, husmen."
"Wyman will send a boat up that can ride the white knife in shallow water. This will go to the wall. The old bear will put it where it makes sense. We will light fires here. We will make the boys put straw under their boots. We will tell the women to keep the doors bar-latched on the nights the wind says a word we do not know. We will do all the small things men do when they put their bodies between what they love and what would take it." He lifted his hand and closed his fingers, not on the thing, but on the air above it, as if he could press quiet into the space. He did not see himself then, and that was good. He saw the men around him and the tree and the pale sky and the slow water. He saw Robb standing a half-pace behind and to the left, the place he would stand in a hall with his father on the right when men came to ask for justice. He saw Maester Luwin's ink-stained fingers. He saw Meej Mormont's wide plant stance. He saw Roose Bolton's stillness. He saw the Great Jon's fists clench and unclench as a boy's might before a fight that will leave teeth in the mud. He saw Caitlyn Stark at the edge of the grove with her hands folded, watching as if she were weighing not only this moment but the other thousands that marched behind it. He saw Ghost's hackles lift. "Winter," he said, and the word did not feel like a banner in his mouth. It felt like the name of a tool. "We will meet it where it comes. We will not go to it. We will call our men and we will not call them until we can feed them. We will hold our breath and we will let it out again." He turned and looked at the crown on the peg in his mind, and then he reached up and set it on his head. It was cold and then it was not. It fit. When he left the godswood, the light struck him as if it had decided to approve. He did not smile. He did not scowl. He went to work. He did not think of the South, not for a long time. He thought of bread and of wolves and of boys' hands on spears' hafts and of the shape fear takes when you let it breathe and do not name it something else to make it small. He thought, in the corner of his mind that had room for such things even in winter, of his father on the King's Road and of 2 girls who would grow into women and of a boy by a kitchen door with snow on his shoulders and flour on his hands and a wolf pressing warmth into his knee. He thought of spring the way a man thinks of a far table set with warm lights. He did not try to walk there. He kept the door closed with his own hands and heard the wind on the other side and held it. The North breathed in. The North breathed out. The Winter King stood and breathed with it. Snow held fast to the ledge above the inner gate through midday. A thin white lip that refused to fall into the yard no matter how often men went beneath and glanced up to see if it would choose that moment. That was the kind of winter they were having, stubborn and undecided, sometimes mean in small ways, never dramatic enough for songs. Jon had come to prefer it. Grand winters broke men in grand ways. This one asked them to keep a steady hand. They bore the wrapped thing from the last river into the godswood under spear and watch and all the patient ceremony the North gave to old dangers. After, when the bundle had been laid in a chest that a carpenter's wrist knew so well he could open and close it in the dark without creak, Jon set men to sleep in shifts in the little shelter near the heart tree with a brazier that did not smoke and a rule against tales. In the morning they loaded the chest onto a sleigh and pulled it along the path men's feet had known since the first logs of Winterfell had been stood together. Wyman Manderly's boat came up the White Knife with its ballast of stones and patience, the men aboard moving without waste as good sailors do, and received the chest with quiet faces. The captain did not spit and cross himself. He only looked north once and said to Jon, "If the river hunches her back, we will ride it. If she bares her teeth, we will turn loose and let her bite the ropes, not our hands." "Do that," Jon said. "Give the old bear my name and the way the wind felt when you took this from me. He'll want both." They raised a small fire by the quay, and the smell of pitch blew fitfully over fish and wet linen and men's wool. It was the sort of hour when nothing happened except things that made other things possible. Jon liked those hours because so few men thought to leave offerings with them. They were not admired, and so they did not become vain. He stood with the harbor men until the sail was a tilt of gray, and then a line, and then a thought you could not quite hold on to. Snow began to dust the rope coils and the shoulders of men, and the river shrugged, unimpressed. Afterward there were letters. Barbary Dustin of Barrowton wrote in a hand that bit the paper too hard and sent it by a groom who had ridden as if words would cool if they slowed. In the third barrow from the shepherd's stump someone had dug without permission. What they had left behind was not a shovel or a careless footprint, but a scatter of black glass that cut the light and seemed to drink it in the same breath. Boys had found it and used it for marbles and for wager tokens until one cut his finger and said the glass burned cold. Lady Dustin would, of course, keep what was hers unless a king she respected asked otherwise. If the Winter King wanted it, let him say so and let him not send a boy with short legs to fetch it. Jon read the letter twice and once more after that for the shape of the woman behind it. He sent Sir Roderick Castle with 6 good men and a promise to pay what needed paying and a promise to return what needed returning. He wrote Barbary Dustin back in his careful plain hand, Maester Lewin approving with the smallest nod, saying, "The North remembers the law of the dead. Nothing will be taken that is not turned back in bread or iron or safety. If the glass wishes to be arrowhead instead of memory, we will ask it. If it wishes to be memory, we will bow and take another road." "Black glass," Robb said when they were alone above the hall with winter pressing its palm flat to the arrow slits. He leaned on the sill like a man whose body had not yet remembered to grow tired of standing. "The stories say it cuts the cold." "The stories say many things," Jon said. It had become a habit. His own, Maester Lewin's, Lord Stark's, to lay the words down like stones to see which would take his weight. "But it is old, and old things often know what to do when new foolishness comes." "Lady Dustin will make you pay twice," Robb said with half a grin. "Once in coin and once in the manner of a woman who wants to see if a boy can stand up to his ear being tweaked." "She can tweak away," Jon said. "She will not be wrong about me being a boy half the time. The other half I will be stubborn enough to pass." He looked past Robb to where the white blur of Ghost drifted along the yard's edge like weather. "The Crannogmen sent a man with the boat. Did you note him?" He never spoke unless asked and then spoke only enough to answer the question. "I think he could find a needle in a moss bed at dusk. If the marshes keep black glass, he will know where." "They keep more than that," Robb said without cheer. "I had a letter from Lord Ryswell." A cow with a calf stood outside a door and would not be moved and would not eat. It stood there until dark, and then it lay down, and when the woman went to it in the morning, the cow was dead and the calf was gone. But there were no marks of dragging, and the door was still barred from within. That is a tale to scare a child. But Lord Ryswell does not write children's tales. Jon let the words sit between them as men let a pot sit too long that will boil over if touched. "When the old bear writes of wood that won't burn," he said at last, "I do not tell him he is drunk. When Lord Ryswell writes of doors that keep out only the things that know what doors are, I will not call him a fool. We will send men with eyes. We will set beacons up for miles in lines we can count at night. If a light that should fall goes out and then stands up again somewhere wrong, we will know it. I won't ask boys to name things they have no words for." They set the beacon plan that afternoon. It was as ugly as any good thing. Lines on a map traced with fingers that still had flour in the creases. Men's feet counted against the distances a raven could fly and a horse could cover when the old snow went glassy. From the Bar Rollins through the Wolfswood and out along the last river and down the King's Road to Moat Caitlyn, lamps and pits and piles of pitch were assigned to hands that would remember, with bellows for nights when the wind did men's work for them and windows made of oiled skins that would not crack when touched by a boy who had forgotten his gloves. They sent lanterns out on sleds. They sent the idea of a chain of light with them. Ideas break easier than lanterns. It was a relief when the first line of beacons burned in a row at dusk beyond the inner palisade, and the men in the yard raised their heads as one because they had not known how much they wanted to see lines of light holding hands. That same dusk a hunter's horn blew, not alarm but find. A bursty call from near the low birches where rabbits had made a fool of a boy 2 days running. The watch opened and let Ansel Hornwood in, a lad with a beard that wanted to come but had not yet decided whether it would. He had with him a girl in a wildling's rags, the fringe of her cloak a story told by thorns. Her hair was a tangle that had not been a tangle once. You could see the stubborn shine under the filth. She walked like a creature who had never been indoors and didn't know if she liked the idea of walls and roof. Jon went to the yard in person, not because a lord should always go, but because sometimes a man must show himself to other men as a way of telling them the difference between fear and foolishness. The girl stopped short when she saw Ghost, and then she stepped forward and put her hand out as if to say, "I am tired of being afraid of things that are only teeth and a heartbeat. I will be afraid of the things that do not breathe." Ghost let her touch him, which he did not do for every man, and Theon made a face as if he had been denied a jest. "What have you brought me?" Jon asked the Hornwood lad, whose chest puffed as if he had dragged wolves by the tail. "A woman from beyond the wall, my lord," he announced, and then after the breath a more modest voice. "From the Wolfswood, truth be told, where she had made a camp like to starve in. She had flint I do not know, and she had a way of setting snares even on snow. She would not come until she saw the wolf. Then she came as if she meant to." The girl's eyes were a color the North bred without comment, gray going to green depending on what lay behind them. She looked hard at Jon the way beasts look hard at men, deciding if he would move like one who had earned his place in the world or like one who had bought it. "You're the one with the bronze on his brow," she said. The words sounded as if they'd been chipped with a knife. "When I must be," Jon said. "When I do not need it, I keep it on a peg. What is your name?" "Osha," she said. She said it like a hand held flat. "I did not come to be looked at. I came because the woods do not hold men any longer. There are shapes there under the trees that stand wrong when there is wind and wrong when there is none. They move without moving. They call like the sound ice makes when it is sick." She turned her head and spat, carefully, the way people spit when they believe something hears and counts. "I saw a deer my mother would have called a king in summer once. It went to drink, and the water went black with cold in a circle around its muzzle. Its breath did not show. Then it lifted its head and looked at a place where there was no man, and it ran until it could not run, and it fell. I took only the hide. I do not eat meat that dies of fear." She stood there and watched them take that in, as if she had thrown a bundle on a table and was waiting to see who would reach for it like a fool to find the knife inside. "Come in," Jon said. "Eat. You will tell your tale twice. Once to me here and once to men who will write it, so we do not have to waste your breath telling it a third time to someone who should have come and listened the first time." He thought of the wrong blade from the last river. If you have flint from north of the wall, I will trade you for it. If you have none and only a name for it, that will do for now. She sniffed. You think names keep men warm? They keep them gathered, Jon said. Gathered men make fire. He walked her into the hall himself, fielding with an elbow the shoulder of a man who did not mean to block the way but had forgotten to see a person whose hair did not lie flat. Osha ate like a woman who had nearly forgotten how. She did not weep. She let her eyes stay dry the way a soldier does to keep the throat from closing. She told them what she had seen north of the wall back when she had had a north, and the words were not pretty. Men did not snigger. Ser Roderick listened with his beard in his fist. Maester Luwin did not make a note until she had finished speaking, and then he made one word on the parchment and kept the rest behind his eyes because he knew that parchment with the wrong words on it makes a lie grow legs. The old bear is right, Osha said at the end without meaning to agree with anyone but the winter. You think you have time. You think you will build a wall of men in 3 hands of days and stack wood as high as your grandfather's stories and sing while you do it. You do not. They will come when you are counting your stacks of wood, and they will blow on your fingers, and they will not be warm again. She scraped her bowl. That is a thing I know. Jon set his hands flat on the table. They had a little flour under the nails. We will not sing, he said. We will stack wood, and we will keep a hand on our knives. We will listen when the wind says stop, and when it says run, and when it says breathe quietly because you are closer than you think. We will not pretend we are brave. We will pretend we are stubborn. That will do. She looked at him and something eased in her gaze. Not admiration but a relief at not being asked to grin with men who needed her to take the cold out of their fear by making a joke for them. If you have black glass when you go out to meet them, she said, put it on the ends of your sticks and do not ask the gods to bless it or it will get shy. Black glass does not like talk. Maester Luwin's pen did not move. Jon felt the weight of Barrowton's letter in his pocket where he had tucked it as a man keeps a charm not because he fears the gods but because he likes his own reminder of what must be done. He glanced to Robb and saw the tightness in his brother's jaw that meant a cable had been fastened to something heavy in Robb's mind and was being winched with care. We will try it, Jon said. We will try it without singing about it. If it works, we will keep using it until we forget why it works and remember again. If it does not, we will not pretend it did. He rubbed his thumb along the edge of the board, feeling the grease that lives in wood that has held more meals than a man has years. Osha stayed in a room near the kitchen where a man had once kept the barley sacks in a row, and now a woman kept knives sharp for meat and dull for men, according to need. Grease worked out of her hair slowly, in stages, as if it did not trust water to keep at its job. She did not take to wearing Winterfell's orderly clothes. She tore them and made them into shapes that allowed her knees to bend and her hands to get at things quickly. She would not walk under a lintel without ducking, as if she would not give a low door the satisfaction of measuring her. That week, the glass came from the barrows in sacks that clinked softly like teeth men claimed not to hear. Ser Roderick brought home near a cart's weight of it, with Lady Dustin's grudging leave and a hog he had not paid for in coin, but in a courtesy told to the right woman about the way Barbary had taken offense at 14 and broken it and not her shoulder. Such courtesies are worth coin if said by the right man at the right warmth. They put the sacks in the smithy and let the black smell burn their throats for an hour and then set to napping, which is a work men think they can learn from watching but which lodges stubbornly in the hands and not the eyes. A Cranagman named Whittle taught 2 Hornwood men and a Manderly sailor, while Theon Greyjoy watched with a smile that said I could do that and a frown that said perhaps not without bleeding. Point there and leave the base thick, Whittle said without speaking often. If you want to boast, boast in having fingers left. They made points that looked clumsy until a man balanced one in his palm and felt how it wanted to fly. They made spearheads that were not elegant but had hunger in them. Jon ran his thumb along one and felt the bite through the callus. Don't bless it, Osha said, watching like a woman watching a man try to tie a knot a different way than the way his fathers taught him. Do not call it a wonder. Do not give it a name. Give it a purpose. They bundled the first heads in oiled wool and sent them with riders to the out beacons and to the men who would be in the woods at night whether Jon told them to or not. There was a shape in the air of Winterfell for a day after that, sharp, promising, dangerous if you held it wrong. After the glass came a letter with a small smear on the edge where a man had pinched it with hands that had been eating something greasy. It was from Lord Eddard's own hand, and the first line went to bone. Catspaw in the king's rooms. Nothing taken. The king suspects insult. I suspect practice. The queen smiles too much and not enough. Men speak in the corners as if the corners were larger than the rooms. He did not say the word that would have sent men running, treason, but it was the tone men use when they think the floor has shifted under their feet and they are trying to decide if it was the house or their own body that moved. He wrote more, small careful notes about a book of lineages and about a boy he had seen in the yard with hair that made him think of someone else. He wrote the names of men Jon had heard Theon say as a jest once, Littlefinger, Varys, with a neatness that was not fear and not yet anger. Trust Ser Barristan's honor but not his solitude, Lord Stark wrote. He is one man asked to be a wall. Even stone weathers. In the margin, a line in a different hand with the mark of quick jest. Tyrion Lannister's, by the look of the barbs, said, The wall is more interesting than you are, Lord Stark. I tell you this as a friend. Jon read it twice and then a third time standing in the kitchen doorway because kitchens are where a man goes to think if he was born under northern smoke. He held the parchment until the grease from his thumb made a darker patch and then tucked it away and went to the yard because letters are useless for keeping boys from braining each other with staves when their shoulders tire. Robb read the letter next and set his mouth quiet as way. He will not write the word, Robb said. That is like him. He will write around it until it knows its own name and steps forward to say it. I will keep the lights, Jon said. You will hold the door. He will bring whatever thing he names north, whether he wants to or not. If it does not kill him first, Robb said. A boy's hurt shoved under a man's words, and they let the silence sit a while with them because silence has uses that conversation cannot learn. They worked. They made everything ordinary well and everything necessary in a way that did not call attention to itself. Men went to the wall with loads that had weight and sense. The old bear sent back thanks in the driest words a man could write. The men you sent do not talk much. That is good. They do not die easily. That is better. Send a barrel of onions if you can. Men will follow onions when they will not follow orders. He sent with those words a scrap of a map drawn on old skin. A mark here and a mark here and a line that had not been there last winter. The way lines appear in men's faces when worry takes up lodging in a forehead that did not think it had room. Roose Bolton returned from the Dreadfort and the farms between with a list that was tidy and unwarm. He made a case for the sending of men that would not be missed. Bastards who were trouble, sour men with thin wives. Fellows who had already broken a neighbor's finger once and would do it again. Jon heard him out and then said a thing that tasted like iron in his own mouth because it asked him to note something small that would bear him later when large things caved. Send me some men that will be missed, he said. A man walks a line straighter when he knows his absence would be a hole at a table. Send me a good one with 2 children who will ask every night at the door if their da is back. When he stands in the dark at a beacon, he will hold his breath properly. Send me a boy who lies about things he has done because he wants to be large and a woman who never lies and scares men for different reasons. Keep your sour men if you like them so much. Roose Bolton's mouth thinned. As you say, my king, he said, and the my king was a glove you wear when you do not want to show how cold your hands are. Jon nodded and did not show that he had seen the glove. When Ser Roderick returned from the Bar Rollins with black glass, he did not return alone. He brought in his train a girl and a boy in clothes water had liked too much, a brother and sister with frog spear scars on their hands, and the look of a family that would be loyal until you asked them to praise you for it. They came with a letter in a hand Jon did not know at first because he had never seen it on paper, only in the way his father said the name, Howland Reed. The letter said only, "My children have dreams that do not belong to them. They belong somewhere north of you. Allow them to sit where they can say the words and where someone will hear them. If you don't like what they say, send them home with a bite to eat and my thanks. If you like it, do not tell me so in a letter. Letters are not private where you live now." Mira Reed stood like a tensor string on a neat bough. She had a little nick under her left ear and kept her hair as if she cut it with a knife she already had out for another purpose. Jojan Reed had a face that would have made other boys want to hit it and then stop because the hit would not land where they wanted it. He looked at Jon as if he had seen him before in a place Jon had not yet gone. "King," Mira said with cheerful correctness. Words cost her nothing. They were small coins to be spent for bread and ropes. "Jon," Jojan said, and in the way he said the name there was no insult. There was the habit of calling things by their plainest names. "Come in," Jon said, because he could not think of anything more useful to say, and because useful is what the North admired when it was paying attention to itself. "Eat. Tell me the things you didn't mean to hear." They ate stew that had been 2 stews already and had made itself into something better by being patient. Then Jojan spoke. He did not speak like a boy with a story. He spoke like a man with a fever that would not be cured until the words left him. "I dreamt of a wolf with a crown of ice," he said, and the word ice had no poetry in it, only a chill. It was not on his head, it was in his breath. When he breathed, the air made a crown without weight. He stood before a door made of a thing that was not bone and not wood but had been both when the world was something else. The door wanted him and did not want him. He put his hand to his own chest and took something out and set it on the threshold, and the door opened. When he went through, I woke, and I was cold even though my sister had pulled the blanket over me twice. Mira's hand sat quiet on the table, but her knuckles were white. She did not look at her brother when he spoke. She looked at Jon, which was a sort of respect Reed people gave. If they brought you a thing, they watched to see that you held it right. "I dreamt also of a boy who is not a boy," Jojan said in a voice that was sometimes a child's and sometimes a reed whistle's thin note, and that frightened Jon more than the first. "He wears a wolf's name without meaning to and sleeps in his own head some days and in a tree the others. He will walk in a place where walking makes men into something else if there is a hand to put on his shoulder when he asks if he should go. If there is not a hand, the tree will keep him because trees are not cruel, but they do not know what mercy is either." Jon's breath left him a moment. He thought of Bran in the yard with the easy good humor of boys who have never been seriously hurt and do not expect to be. He thought of Summer, Bran's wolf, who had lain with his chin on Bran's boot one morning and lifted it only when the raven flew low, as if the bird had said a jest to him that no man would have found funny. "You will speak to Maester Luwin," Jon said. "Then you will speak to me again when you have eaten and slept. Then you will speak to Bran." He saw Mira measure him, and he let her. There were worse things to be measured with than a frog spear. "And to me a third time, quietly. Dreams make men foolish or steady depending on whether they try to make songs out of them." "That is true," Jojan said, and the relief in his voice had nothing of a boy's thanks in it. It was the relieved steadiness of a man who has carried a thing too far. "I will tell you, too, that I dreamt of a sea that crawled up the river with hands instead of waves. I will not tell you it means iron men, because dreams do not like being explained by names. But I will not tell you it does not." Jon thought of Theon and of the letter they all pretended he had not written because the writing had not been a thing a boy was allowed to do if he wanted men to think him loyal. He thought of Wyman's harbor and of the chains he had half a mind to lay there, and of how a man might laugh at you if you laid a chain over water without cause. He thought of laying it anyway and letting the laughter keep men warm. "Eat," he said again, because there are only so many useful words at table. "Then sleep. Then we will see who wants to hear you and who only wants to hear himself." Mira smiled then, the quick, sharp smile of a woman who knows a sentence with edges when she hears it. "Good," she said. "If I am asked for proof, I will show them a frog spear and ask them to stand still while I throw it." The first arrow made from the barrow glass struck wrong. It hit the post near the kennel door and shattered into black tears. The second flew wild because the boy drawing it had sweat on his thumb. The third went where a hunter named Tam wanted it to go, and the sound it made in the post was like the sound a man makes when he finds something he lost and had been ashamed to admit he wanted. Tam came to Jon at dusk with his hat in his hands and the look of a man about to ask for too much. "I need a day," he said, "to shoot at things that do not move like men. Men flinch at what I do. The glass wants a different hand." "You'll have it," Jon said. And the relief was so plain that Jon did not say the thing he had intended to say about breaking a dozen blades in practice to save one in need. He did not need to. Tam already knew, which is why he had asked. The next day the yard echoed like a woodpecker had found iron under bark. The day after, Tam and 2 boys and Mira Reed went out beyond the beacons and shot at places where the snow bent wrong. They came back with faces that did not want to speak and with a smell on their clothes like a damp cellar. The boy called Pate would not stop rubbing his hands together until Mira took one and pinched the skin hard, and then he remembered how to stop. "It goes in," Tam said to Jon in the godswood, because he would not make the words in the yard where old men would make them colder or warmer than they were for the fun of it. "You put the glass in the wrong thing's meat and it moves like meat again. Sometimes that is good. Sometimes it is not. Better to put fire after. Then we will make fire easier to carry," Jon said at once, because surprise is the enemy of life when you are cold. "Pitch in pots that will not shatter when a boy with clumsy hands runs. Oil that will not thicken when it is asked to run. Torches that will light if a man breathes on them with a curse." "Good," Tam said. He looked drawn. There was a shape that had moved too far along the road to being a man again to be happy about it. "I do not know if it was ever happy." Mira put a spear through it that had glass on the end. It knew the difference between that and a spear without. It still knew how to try to be cruel when it died. That is a thing to remember. We cannot remember everything. Remember that. Jon remembered. He remembered as he slept, and he remembered when he woke. The memory lived in him like a modest guest, making him move his hand to his belt on empty mornings and making him look at boys' hands. He went to see the beacons in person. He climbed the low towers in wind that found the seam in his glove and licked it until his skin stung. He walked the paths where boys would run when the bells rang. He told a woman to move the barrel by her door 3 hands to the right because a boy running at night would hit it in the dark and would hate her for it until his dying day, even if he never knew her name. He made a list with Luwin that had nothing like glory on it and everything like life. He slept 3 hours and then 4 and then 2, and the numbers made no story. They only kept men from slipping out of their places like stones in a thaw. Theon had been quieter. It did not sit easy on him. He tried jests twice and they failed because men were tired and because he did not have the habit yet of giving a jest as a gift instead of as a way to keep himself from looking obvious in his loneliness. Jon watched him the way you watch a dog at a door. He was not going to let him out to run howling, and he was not going to pen him up until he broke something. "You've got a look," Theon said at last, when the courtyard was all gray light and men's breaths and the small honest sound of leather being made ready. "Say it before it eats your face off." "You should write your father," Jon said, and Theon's expression went through 3 shapes before he could keep it still. "Not to ask leave, to tell him what you see. Tell him a winter king has been set up for winter and that it will come down when spring comes. Tell him the sea will be watched. Tell him that there is meat to be had here if a man wants to keep his hands and eat with them. Tell him that if he will keep his men hungry enough to steal, they will find no easy mouths up our rivers. And tell him that I will not make a fool of you. That matters." Theon stared at him, then looked away with a quick slash of pride and pain and then back again. "You know very little about my father if you think he hears words he did not say first," he said. "But I will write. I will say the line about not being made a fool of, because fools laugh together and my father does not like to be left out of a laughter he did not begin. Write also that we have boys who can find their way by smell," Jon said, meaning the crannogmen with an open hand. "Write that we have boats that can be pulled into reeds with no more sound than a frog makes. Write that Wyman Manderly will feed men who come to his harbor with their hats in their hands and break the hats of men who come with their swords out." Theon's mouth went into one of his getting-by smiles. "Wyman will feed anyone who calls him my lord properly twice in a row without laughing," he said. "But I understand you. Set the table for my father and give him only 1 chair at it. He'll kick it over and sit on the floor if the floor is softer. But at least you'll know where he is. I want you to be the chair he does not kick over," Jon said without heat. Theon made a noise that was half a laugh and half a hunger he could not admit to. "You want too much," he said, and walked off with his hands clasped behind his back like a boy faking a lord's stroll. He came back that night with a letter sealed with Winterfell's wolf. The seal was neat. His hand was less neat but less careless than it had been a year before. The letter said truth without flattery. That would have to do. Men came and left with their small tidings. A woman from the hayfield behind Cerwyn sent 3 words scratched with a stick in soot on a piece of thin bone. A light walked. It had not been a torch. It had moved too regular. It had not been a lantern. It had known when to go out. Jon sent a boy with a shovel to stand as far away from that field as a shout would travel and watch, and if he saw the light again he was to come back without running, because running brings a light closer if it wants to come. A day later a coalman limped into the yard with a shoe gone and toes black with a frost that had not been there the day before. He had fallen in the woods when something had made the world slant. A line of cold rolled along the earth like a sound, and where it touched, the air went still. He had gathered his sack and gotten out by noticing how the hair on his arm stood when he turned one way and lay down when he turned the other. Jon led him to the fire himself and set him down and put a cup in his hand and felt grateful for the man's careful stubbornness, the way a harper feels grateful for a string that holds its pitch through damp. Letters kept coming from the south, the sort that had been folded by pretty fingers and smelled faintly of oil. Lord Stark's lines had gotten shorter and steadier, which meant they had gotten more dangerous. He wrote the words golden-haired and false in the same paragraph, which was the sort of thing that made men dead when said aloud in rooms where a certain uncle smiled too easily. He wrote, "If there is a trap, it is set with silk." The boy king, Roberts, was listed in a way that made a man see 2 faces long enough that they blur. Jon read and ate and slept and did not do the thing a boy would do. Put his hand in his hair and pull until he felt something, because that is a useless hurt. On a morning when the white breath of horses hung like curtains in the stable entrance and men's boots answered hard to the stone because the snow had decided to take itself back into the air for a day, a man came up from the south with the dust of the King's Road turned to a paste on his cloak. He wore black. He had a face men might have thought a thief had, and a gentleness in the way he held his shoulders that said he had learned to keep children from waking when doors closed. Yoren of the Night's Watch had come to take his ewe. Jon corrected himself. To take the watch's due, which was men who would stand on stone and not count how many steps to the next hearth. "King," Yoren said, and shrugged at the word as if it did not fit his mouth properly. "I like the shape of the men you've been sending. I'll take more like that. I'll take less of the sort that make a show in the yard and piss on their own shoes in a storm." "You'll have them," Jon said. "And I'll give you a bowl when you sit. We have stew that knows your name." Yoren grinned with half his mouth. "Good. You can smell the wall on a man after he's been there long enough. It makes dogs like you or bite you. You smell like you stay near fires and still like to look out at the cold. That's not bad." He looked around with eyes that saw what was not being said. "There's talk along the road of you putting a crown on without asking leave." "I asked," Jon said. "I asked the men who matter to me." The old tree did not say no. He did not feel the need to explain the rest to a man like Yoren. The Night's Watch did not care about songs in the way a man in a bright cloak did. Yoren sniffed and spat into the snow. "Ha!" he said, which in a southern mouth would have been 12 words. "I seen a rider with a hand like a spider. He thinks he can pull the strings on the wind. I look forward to seeing him try to ride in your yard who wants to pull your strings. I'll be in the kitchen. I prefer my stew without the sound of south." He went off as if he had known Winterfell all his life and had a favorite corner. The same day, Maester Luwin brought Jon to a window where the light lay thin and steady and set down a book bound in something too old to call leather cleanly. "You should know," he said without preface, "that old stories are telling themselves to new ears in the town. We do not forbid that. We do not encourage men to make fire of it. We do not pour water on men who pull their benches close to here." "What story?" Jon asked. He could feel the shape of one answer, and it made his skin sit oddly on his bones. "The Winter Kings," Luwin said, "and the woman in the tower, and the wolf with a song in its mouth. Children love it. Men find in it something to forgive what they do not like the shape of." He sighed. "They are making you out to be something you cannot eat." "I'm a man," Jon said. "I know what bread is. He set his hand on the old book's cover. That said, let them have a story so long as it does not take their hands off their work. If there must be a crown on a boy's head for an evening to keep him from going out to stand and gape at the cold, I'll keep the crown on the peg for him." "You are wise for a boy," Luwin said without flattery. "That will either save you or get you killed slower than a foolish man." "Both are fine," Jon said. "I only require one to hold. If I get to choose, I'll choose slow." Luwin snorted like a mule and wrote something nearly invisible on a scrap of paper. The man wrote with ghost's ink when he did not intend to share. They tried the glass on the hunt. The Great Jon took a boar spear with a point that looked like nothing and everything to a man who had not seen glass cut. He came back with a shoulder ripped where a tusk had slid and laid him open, and he laughed like a man who had broken a door and found it led to a room with beer. "The spear went in," he told Jon, who was taking a stitch with his fingers too big for it, "and the boar went weak as if it had been told something it had always suspected. I did not like that feeling. A hunt should be clean, but it died faster. Men from the west will keep this for wolves. We will keep iron for boars. A balance. Do not get fond of the glass," Jon said, and the Great Jon grinned. "It breaks when men want to be clever with it. It will make liars of anyone who loves it too much." "That is a thing my third wife would say," Great Jon rumbled. "You and she would have liked each other." He got up, bled on the rushes, shouted at a boy to put a stick in the fire like he meant it, and went away to sleep. A week later, a rider from Barrowton came with more glass and with a tale of a man who had gone into a barrow to piss and had come out with his eyes wrong. He had gone to sleep and had not woken. When they tried to raise him, his breath smelled like a winter that had lost its memory of spring. They burned him without ceremony and gave the man's wife a loaf and a purse and a thing it is hard to put a name to in words: permission to be angry at the dead. Jon read the letter under the lamp, the shadows of the letters wagging a little when the flame thought of something that amused it. "Do we write back and tell her to bar her door and hang black glass on the lintel?" Robb asked. He was filling arrow sacks with careful hands that had learned how to be boring. "Do we tell her to sleep with a torch?" "We tell her to come here for winter," Jon said without looking up. "We tell her to bring anyone who wants to come with her. We tell her to leave a mark that others can see when they pass through that says someone has gone north and not been eaten. We tell her that if someone comes to her door and smiles without showing his teeth, she is to bar him and call a neighbor, and they are to stand with spears and speak a name they both know and not open until that name makes both of them remember the last time they laughed. We do not tell her to be brave. We tell her to be busy." "Busy saves more boys than brave," Robb said, and tied off the sack with a tug that would have cracked a finger if it had been a man's wrist. "I wish Father were here to write letters I could copy from. My hand is too young to make men calm." "It isn't," Jon said. "Men get calm when they see sweat in a boy's hair and realize it looks like their own when they have done the right amount of work." He looked up and let a smile climb one corner of his mouth. "Anyway, you've always been a good liar on paper." Robb laughed properly. The sound did men in the yard more good than a long speech would have done. It did Jon good too. That night, when the wind turned and found a new path between the towers, Sansa's ribbon arrived in a package that smelled of her new world: oil and something lemon and a faint hurt forced to be sweet. It had been sent with a note in Luwin's hand because his careful correction had walled in Sansa's impulses. She might have set a page on fire with her emotion if left to right herself. The ribbon was pale. Jon held it up to the torch and the light went through it. For an unkind heartbeat, he imagined tying it round the bronze and leaving it to be mocked by a man with bad teeth. He folded it instead and put it in the chest at the foot of his bed where men keep the 3 things they do not show other men. Not because they are ashamed, but because they are a little too sharp to be passed hand to hand. Arya's addition to the note was 2 words like a thrown stone: "Don't fall." He could hear her voice in it, the breathless grin she wore when she had climbed where she ought not. He wrote back with a line as short: "Don't push." Luwin read the exchange and made the sound in his throat men make when they see boys fencing with bread knives. He sent the raven and added a quieter line below in his neatness: "Your father would approve of you both. At dawn, The first scream came from beyond the third beacon. It was not a man's scream, and that made it worse. A cow with calf again, or a child calling a mother with a voice that had only just learned what anger is. Jon was on the wall walk before the second beacon flared. He did not run. Running spreads. He walked with the kind of speed that makes men move aside without thinking about it. Ghost kept pace with a grace that made men's hair rise if they were from somewhere softer. They found the shape in the trees where men go to cut for the kitchen and for the smith. It had a man's legs and a bear's idea of how to stand. It had been a man once, and that was the worst part because a boy who had gone missing 3 days ago had hands like that and a new hair in his beard. It turned its head slowly as if the air were honey and looked at Jon and then looked behind him and then looked where there was nothing at all. Seeking a scent it should have recognized and finding none. Tam put the first glass spear in. It went in as if the body had been waiting for it and then had second thoughts. The shape shuddered and tried to be cruel. Mira put the second in from the other side because she did not wait for a man to do the clever thing first. The thing fell at last the way a man falls when he has decided not to make trouble for anyone about it. Osha stepped forward with fire that had been coaxed to be fast and did what needed doing. The smell went up like a memory men pretend not to have. 2 boys vomited. The third did not and hated the first 2 for making him feel alone. Jon stood until the work was done, and then he set a hand on one of the boys' backs and did not speak. Mira wiped her spear on the snow with unnecessary care, and then cleaned her hands with a neatness that was respect and not fear. The boy who had not been the boy who had gone missing was not the last. It grew worse by inches, which is the sort of measure that kills a house if someone is not counting. They set a rule. If a man goes off alone and has not returned by the time the 4th bell rings, he is fetched by 2. If he is not fetched by the 5th, 3 more go, and if he has not come by the 6th bell, a fire is lit by the old oak near the 3rd beacon and by the bin at the kitchen door and by the smithy, and one is carried to the godswood and does not go out until the bell has rung twice past midnight. It is a poor rule, that sort, because it has a lot of ifs and does not sound like a chant. Poor rules keep boys alive. They wrote it on a board where men spit and squinted to read something they knew already because they had thought of it themselves. When the snow deepened, not all at once but with little decisions that made men's knees ache, Theon came to Jon with a letter in his hand from the Iron Islands with a seal pressed too hard, as if the hand had wanted to crush the wax and the parchment and the messenger and the Winterfell man who broke it. Balon Greyjoy had written not to his son but to the heir. He said, "The sea does not bend, and men who live on it do not kneel to boys with iron in their hair." He said, "A crown made of bronze is a weight, but it will not sink a boat or break an oar." He said, "Watch your rivers, winter boys. The sea goes up them even when you think it is sleeping." He said nothing to Theon that a father would say in the dark, not even cruel kindness. He wrote as if he did not remember how to speak to a son. Theon held the letter with 2 fingers as if it were a fish that would wriggle and smirch him. "He has no room in his head for me," he said. "He never did. He has room for a taste he likes and for a shape of a shore. He will not come himself, not yet. He will send men who think they are him and find their hands cold on oars they thought would be warm. We'll warm them," Jon said. "With oil by accident if we have to drop it on them, with pitch on purpose if we can help it." He kept his face straight because men who are about to do serious work like to see that their leader's mouth knows how not to smile. Theon looked at him and for a moment seemed about to say something sincere. He flinched from it as a boy flinches from a hearth he has forgotten is lit and becomes louder about something else. "I'll see the boys with the chains at White Harbor," he announced instead. "Wyman says his men have a way of laying iron underwater without the river complaining. He says it like a man who likes telling people what they do not know. Wyman likes meals that have a surprise course," Jon said. "Let him bring it. Go then. Keep your hand on your purse, but not because he would rob you. Because he will make you buy another meal you did not know you needed." Theon laughed and ran a hand through his hair and was almost handsome without the grin he hid in when he could not bear to be sincere. He left in a great show of careless speed and then slowed when he thought no one was looking, because part of him had learned to step where the ice looked thin. A raven flapped in from the east with a paper tied, as if the man who had tied it had not wanted the bird to notice. The paper said only, "Bolton bastards have been about, wearing other men's names, collecting other men's small hungers. Take care whose hands you hire when you hire hunger." The script was the kind that comes from a man who does not want to be known for writing at all, even by his friends. Jon folded the paper and sat on it for an hour because he did not like the feeling of his own head when he thought the name Ramsay in it. He put it away and went to find Roose Bolton and said the sort of thing men in the North had always said when they wanted to cut a throat and keep the blood in a bowl for later use. "Send me men you would trust with your daughters," he told the Pale Lord. "If you do not have such men, send me some you would trust with your wife's favorite horse. If you cannot find those either, send me men you would not trust with anything you love and tell me their names so I can set them to shoveling snow until they forget they ever wanted more." Roose Bolton's eyes had the still water look. "Then that means there is current underneath and perhaps something with teeth in it." But he bowed a shade and said, "As you say, and that would have to do." The North had learned a long time ago how to keep wickedness busy with chores. Mira and Jojan found Bran under the great elm where he liked to sit with a bit of bough in his hands and a look on his face like a boy trying to dream and being annoyed the dreams did not come when called. Summer lay with his paws out and his eyes half closed, awake the way a dog is when it does not want to be startled. Jojan sat down in the snow without complaint about damp because crannogmen do not much complain, and spoke with Bran as if he had come to be taught how to be a boy. "You have a gift," he said without fuss. "So everyone tells me," Bran said with a child's bite. "They also told me I could not carry 2 apples in one hand last year, and I did. Gifts are not heavy if you do not make them so." "Some are," Jojan said, and for a while they spoke in a boy's language, which is a thing men forget. Boys can be as plain as old men when they are given a room and no girls to show off for. They talked of wolves and of sleeping and of the feeling of the snow at night when you stand and look at it long enough that it looks back. Mira sat with her spear across her knees and watched summer the way you watch a beautiful hawk with the knowledge not to try to touch. After, Bran came to Jon with a straightness to him that had been in him even as a little one when he had insisted on wearing his first sword belt to bed. He said, "I dreamed of a door," and then he grimaced. "And of you. You had breath like smoke, but not from fire. From cold," Jon said quietly, and put his hand on the boy's head, which he had not done in a long time because there are ages when a boy does not like hands there. Bran did not shake him off. "Do not go through doors you can't describe later. Do not go through doors alone. If you want to know what a door is made of, bring me one of the splinters in your pocket. No, do not look like that. You know what I mean. Come to me after you sleep. I will send someone if I am under snow." Bran made a face in which courage and irritation were perfectly matched. "You treat me like Arya," he said severely, and then softened. "Arya would be good at doors. She would kick them." "She would," Jon said, and the longing of that half a jest hit him in the throat like a piece of meat that did not want to go down. "You will be good at stepping through when it is not a door men built for men to be kept out." "Is that a riddle?" Bran demanded. "It is a thing I do not have a better word for," Jon said. "Forgive me. Luwin will give you one if you ask him. I will give you stew." He ruffled Bran's hair because he could not help it and because there are days when you take what you can. Bran scowled and then scowled less and went to find the Crannoch children, who looked at him as an equal because the world had made them equal by forcing odd knowledge into all their heads too young. The sea sent a test and then another. Near White Harbor, men in low gray boats slipped along under the reed shadows with oars wrapped in cloth so they would not splash. A boy with eyes too far apart leaned over the gunwale and put his hand in the winter water and the laugh went on too long. Wyman's men let the chain lie. They did not spring it just to show they had one. They let the boats come in far enough that men on the decks began to believe in easy hands, and then they raised the chain slow and steady, as if drawing up an old net. A canoe slid under. The second cracked its belly on the iron like an egg. The men in it went to the side with a yelp admirably human. Theon stood with his mouth tight and did not crow. After, he wrote to Jon the plain facts in one line that was not plain. "There is a man among them who laughs like a gull, and I hate that, and I find that fact useful." "Good," Jon said to no one, and sent back a loaf with his letter. for Wyman's man to share on the ride as a test of speed, and for Theon to smell on the page later and be reminded of the right things. When men get tired, they get cruel if no one sets them a better occupation. Jon kept them busy. He set boys to measure the distance between the third and fourth beacon with paces, and then with rope, and then again with paces to see if a boy's stride changed when his mind did not. He set women with clever hands to making baskets that hung just so on the saddlebows and would catch if a man dropped a thing he needed. He set old men to remembering songs that had nothing to do with killing and everything to do with bread. He made a place in the hall for men who had no place in the world for different reasons to sit and whittle hooks and pegs and things no one misses until the moment you need them, and he praised the thing and not the man so the praise would not get rotten. He slept when the north let him. He dreamed of the heart tree and of a white shape that went out in the snow and came back with a smell of old leaves. Once he dreamed of a room he had never seen, where heat made men's faces shiny and a woman in purple looked at him with nothing in her eyes he could use. In the dream, someone said his name and he knew it was not meant kindly. He woke with the taste of lemon in his mouth and spat. It was on a morning when the light was thin but did not tremble that news came with a weight to it like a stone wrapped in cloth. The hand of the king had set his teeth on something and the something had bit back. Lord Eddard had been in the streets with men who wore cloaks too fair for the business they were meant to do and had come back with one less man beside him. The letter did not say the king had lost his temper. It said the king had sat down too hard and the chair had complained. The queen had smiled too much and then gone away with her small wolves. "If I have erred," Lord Stark wrote at the end, "it is in thinking men in silk would accept a truth not dressed for them." He had written the truth, his truth, about the queen's children on an old friend's face, and the old friend had turned his head like a man hearing a familiar story told wrong and not wanting to correct a drunk. "Do not send men south," he added. "Do not send boys. Do not send words men can burn. Hold your winter. I may send you something heavy to hold that the south cannot be trusted to carry." Jon folded the letter and went out into the yard where men were doing nothing new and everything necessary. He did not call for horns. He did not put the crown on because he had learned already that the crown did not help men who were using both hands. He stood by the rack with the spare spear's hafts and breathed the smell of green wood and oil and men and fire. The world could be boiled down to those things and not be wrong. Robb came and stood and read and set his teeth in his lip and then unfixed them because boys inherit certain tricks from their mothers and fathers and must unlearn them if they are to look like themselves. "He will do what he can," Robb said, not sounding like a boy at all. "We will do what we must. If he sends a heavy thing, we will hold it. We will not let anyone pry it from our hands just because their words are big enough to hide them. We will be careful who we hold such things in front of," Jon said. "That is as important as holding." Robb nodded once and then again. He looked across the yard where Bran was trying to throw an axe in a way that would not take his toes if he missed. "Bran asked me last night," he said, and his mouth twisted. "He asked if he could go to the wall when he was older because Summer likes the idea of the cold and because Jojan made the woods seem important. I told him no. Then I told him not yet. Then I told him I did not know. He accepted the last. That is what made me hurt the most. He is growing into a man's patience, and it is not fair. Fair would have turned the king away at the gate and sent us all to harvest like swineherds," Jon said. "We have too much dignity for fair." He put his hand briefly on Robb's shoulder because there was no one passing and because sometimes a hand on a shoulder is the only thing that saves a man from pulling the wrong part of himself up by the roots. That day, Mira Reed and Tam went out to the line of beacons again with a string of boys behind them that Jon wanted to keep in the yard for 2 more years and could not. Jojan sat with Maester Luwin and pointed at parts of a map no one else ever pointed at because the parts of a map men point to often are the ones that get used, and these had been left alone too long. Osha tied a woman's hair back in a way that keeps it out of the wind and showed her how to hold a torch so the pitch runs forward and not back on the arm. Theon rode south to the harbor with a good cloak and a letter with more sense than jokes in it. Wyman Manderly ate a piece of fish and pronounced the man who had salted it his 4th favorite in the world, and then gave him a loaf because men who are praised make bad salt if they are not brought down again by bread. Snow fell and stopped and fell, and when a window in the east tower cracked in a line that made Maester Luwin swear softly in a language that had gone out of fashion when the Undulls were still new, Jon went up himself to look because sometimes a crack in a window tells you more about a tower than a list of stones does. He ran his finger along the crack and felt where the glass had decided to remember it was sand once. He thought of the line in Lord Stark's letter about silk truths and about old friends, and he shook his head because there was nothing in the tower to fix except the window, and the shape of his own mouth is none of a tower's business. The wrong sort of snow came with a moon that had not decided if it wanted to be full. It fell in motes that bounced when they hit and made a sound like very soft laughter in the night. Ghost went out into it and came back with snow beads in his coat that did not melt at once. The boys on the gatewalk were very quiet that hour because the world seemed to be listening. A horn sounded one quick note from the river. Boat? The men on the wall called, not alarmed but surprised. Jon pulled his cloak closer and went. The boat that slipped toward the quay had no flag. It had an air about it, though, of things not meant to be seen at a distance. Wyman's man called and told the boat to show its hands, saying so in both the ways that sentence can be said. The man at the oar did. He wore black. He had a beard that would have been handsome if it had not been too busy. He had a thing at his feet wrapped in old sacking the color of a stable floor. The wall, he called up. The old bear's gift if your lord is the one with the breath and the crown and the wolf. We were to bring this and no more and speak to the king ourselves. You will speak to me, Jon called back, and a murmur in the men behind him said he had answered as he should. They brought the sack thing up. It had the weight of something that remembered life. When they laid it in the yard on a piece of hide so that the stone would not feel offended, Jon knelt and put his hand to the rope. The men from the wall watched with faces that admitted to having seen worse. He untied the knots and the old sacking came away, and what lay in it was what he had been half fearing and half wanting. A hand that had not forgotten its shape even though there was no man to go with it. It looked like a hand that had been under snow too long. The nails were wrong. The stiffness in it was the stiffness of something that had tried to turn in its sleep and been held in place by ice. The old bear, or someone under him with a mind that did not lose itself making jokes, had cut it from something and sent it here under pitch to see if the cold laid on it would travel. Do not touch, Osha said softly. Not with your skin. I won't, Jon said. He took up a stick and poked the hand. The fingers twitched as if someone had spoken bluntly to it in a language it did not want to answer. Mira hissed and Tam lifted his spear without moving much else. Jojan said nothing at all. The hand did not move again. It lay there like a thought that had been left in the wrong room. Burn it, Jon said. Men moved like a sentence. The hand burned without much smoke. It made a sound that was something like a sigh and something like a complaint, and then there was ash. The ash did not move. Jon took a pinch and it felt like ash in his fingers. The wall men told their story carefully and did not see the need to sharpen anything. They spoke of a night when there had been white breath but none that mattered because the breath had been coming from things that did not need it. They spoke of men with blue eyes and dead faces who walked as if the ground remembered them and did not dare betray them. They spoke of black glass and of fire and of a boy named Grig who had gone too far from the line because he had a girl's name and did not like hearing it and had come back and been kept by the fire with 3 men watching him until the hand was cut off and he stopped watching the fire. They spoke with respect for the old bear and with respect for the snow and with none at all for anything south of the neck that was not bread or honest steel. Eat, Jon said when they had done. Sleep, carry letters back. Carry also meat that will last. He went to the godswood and stood with his hand on the tree and did not ask it for anything. He merely stood where he belonged to and let it note him. He told it in a man's words what had happened in his yard, and that helped, though only a little. He wrote to Lord Stark a letter that said, "We have fire. We have black glass. There is a chain in the white knife. There is a chain of light in the woods. There are boys who know how to carry a torch without making a fool of it. There are men who are learning not to ask for thanks for being alive. There is a woman from beyond your wall who does not like being called a raider but likes our stew. There is a boy who dreams and a girl who throws a spear, and I will listen to them and I will not let them frighten me into being a fool. Send me onions. Send me woodcutters. Send me your word if you think you will not be able to send yourself. I will hold it as well as I can and not let men say it for you wrong. Lord Stark's answer did not come for 10 days because the South has a way of putting ribbon on men's legs when they are running errands. When it came, it was in another hand, the graceful, unreadable script of a man who prides himself on knowing other men's business and keeping his own under the table. It said, "Lord Eddard is being honorable at a rate that will get the rest of us killed if we stand too near. Stand far. Hold what you can. If someone comes to tell you a thing you did not know about yourself, do not kill the messenger unless the message demands it." It was signed with a little spider. Jon wanted to wipe his fingers after reading it and did not, because ink is honest even when men are not. He turned that letter over to Maester Luwin and went to the yard to hold a boy's hands up longer than the boy wanted to hold them. As he did, he looked up and saw Caitlyn Stark standing in the covered way. Her hands folded in that way he had begun to realize meant she was holding something heavy and did not intend to put it down. She came down into the yard and men stepped to give her the space they would give a large dog with a quiet eye and a bone. "Your father will get himself killed," she said without preamble, because preamble was something she did not have time for in winter. "And he will do it because he will not stop talking when talking helps no one and hurts everyone, and because he believes a truth told is a truth shared, and this is not so." Her mouth tightened. "I cannot write him and say, 'Come home.' That is not a thing a wife of a warden writes. I would write it and mean it, and he would listen to my meaning and not the words, and then I would have done a harm to more people than I would have saved. So I will not." Jon set the boy's hands down. "No," he said. "You will bake another loaf, and you will make someone sit and eat it who would have pretended not to be hungry. You will set a small thing right here because the big ones cannot be set right with our hands." Caitlyn lifted her chin to look at him the way she had looked at men who had come to her hall with grievances. "Men have told me to bake bread when they did not want me near a table where talk was being had," she said. "I learned the difference between being sent away and being given a thing I could do. You do not do it badly." She looked beyond him to Robb and the line of boys with their chins up and their arms trembling, learning an important thing about what can be borne and what cannot. "I do not like this," she said. "I do not either," Jon said. "But I like worse." She surprised him then by laughing, a short sound that bit the air and then warmed it. Worse," she said. "You talk like your father when you are tired. Have you noticed? I could be called worse," Jon said. "I have been." She let the laugh leave her face and went away to find the loaf she would bake. And Jon felt the space she had left like a body leaving a bed. He let himself stand still for a count of 10 and then went back to the boy whose hands he had set down, and lifted them again because the boy had to learn that when a man puts your arms up, he will sometimes put them back up the moment you think you are done. Winter made busy people of them all. The chain in the white knife went taut when a longship, brash as a stag in rut, came up with no patience. It sheared a tooth off and had to back away with the ridiculous slow care of a man who has just insulted a queen and now must pass her in a narrow hall without brushing her sleeve. Wyman's men repaired the tooth in a day and set the men who had let it be sheared to cleaning the bottom of a boat with scrapers so dull it would make them careful. Theon came back with his ears red and his pride a little tamped and did not try to tell a big story. That was progress. Rickard Karstark sent horses with hair that had learned how to keep a man's legs alive in cold and a note that said, in a steady hand used to making the sort of statements men hang people for when they are frightened, "I will kneel in winter. If spring comes and we are both alive, we will stand and look at each other and see what we think then." That was as good a promise as a man could ask for from a Karstark. Jon put the note in the chest with Sansa's ribbon and not for the same reason. At night, sometimes Ghost lifted his head and had to be spoken to before he would put it down. Once he went to the door and stood looking at nothing while the hair on his back made a line like the spine of a fish. Jon got up and stood beside him and looked at the same nothing and made himself breathe like a man who is asleep and only dreaming of a thing that is looking at him. The nothing breathed back, he could feel it, and then went away like a thought that had been caught out and did not like it. Jon went back to bed and did not sleep, not because he was afraid, but because sometimes there is a right to bear witness and you take it. He dreamed of a sword that was and was not a sword. Light lies on metal, and light cannot lie on air, and of a door that had roots for hinges. He dreamed of fire that did not crackle but sang the way old ropes sing in wind. He woke with the taste of iron in his mouth again and a dryness behind his eyes. He went to the yard and made boys lift and made men set guards where they did not think they needed them and kept the old men from telling the boys the stories wrong. Snow found the line of beacons and lay along it like a careful cat. Lights burned in a row. Somewhere far in the south, silk bunched under the weight of a word Lord Stark would not write. In White Harbor, a chain lay in water, and men said it would do. In the bar Rollins, black glass waited to be napped by hands that had learned how to steal a knife's edge out of a stone. In the Wolfswood, a line of cold rolled along the ground, and men who had been taught to feel with the hairs on their arms felt it and did not go where it went. In the Dreadfort, men with still mouths made lists of names because making lists is a way of pretending to put your hands on a thing you cannot understand. On the way to the wall, a boat slid through water that forgot it had once been ice and remembered again. Life in Winterfell settled into the rhythm all good work holds. Lift, carry, lay down, look back once, move on. The crown hung on its peg when it was not needed and sat on Jon's head when men came to count their reasons and needed to see something that made them count faster. He ate in the kitchen as often as in the hall. He knelt in the godswood sometimes and stood in it more often. He went to the crypts and told stone heads what he would not tell a living ear. That he did not know whether he would be good at this, and that he would do it until something stopped him, and that he did not intend to let anything choose what the something would be except the winter itself. And then one morning when the light looked like pewter and not silver and the air tasted old, Maester Luwin came at a trot with his chain rattling and a scrap of parchment that had been folded and unfolded until it had a memory of its own in it. His mouth was as flat as the white knife when it lies under frost. "It is from your father," he said. He did not say Lord Stark because there are times a man is a father even to more than one boy. He writes, "The king hunts and does not find what he thinks he chases. The queen sits and counts. The boy sits and is counted. My hand shakes when I take up the pen, not because I am afraid, but because I am old and it is cold in these rooms and because I have made enemies of people who like warm rooms. If I fall, do not throw boys at the south. Do not write banners into the wind. Hold. Send grain to the wall. Keep the sea chained. There is a hand under the table that will try to take away what you hold. Do not slam the hand. Put bread in it until it forgets it came for something else. I will do what I can. Your brother must sit. You must stand." Jon let the breath leave him slow. He took the letter and did not fold it again. He carried it up to the gatewalk and stood where he had stood when his father rode away and let the wind take the edge off his eyes. He put his hand out and felt the stone of the parapet. It was cold. It did not pretend not to be. He liked that. He put the letter in his breast where men put knives and decided to keep it there until the next time he had to lift something heavy without help. Below him, men were doing a good job of pretending not to know he stood there. It is kind when men give a man his space in public. Ghost sat and leaned and made a small sound that was not a whine, not quite. Robb came and stood and said nothing for the count of 10 and then said, "We will hold. If he sends a heavy thing, we will hold it. If he sends himself, we will make room. If he sends his name, we will speak it properly." "Yes," Jon said. He went down the steps. He set a boy's hands back up. He told a girl how to make a torch breathe again when it thought it had gone out for good. He told Wyman's man that the chain should be checked where men do not like looking because that is where chains fail. He told a crannogman to show a boy how to listen to quiet water. He told Theon he had done well and did not laugh when Theon could not keep the satisfaction out of his face. He told himself to sleep when he could and to stand when he must. The winter kept breathing. The north breathed with it. Men watched lights. Boys learned not to shout when lights went out. Women baked and mended and did not ask for thanks and occasionally demanded it, which is right. The hand under the table in the south paused over bread and forgot it had come for something else. For a day. Lord Eddard set his jaw and walked into a room where silk said yes and men meant no. A girl in a southern dress with a northern heart kept a wolf's name in her chest where the singing could not reach it. Another girl learned how to keep her toes warm when she was not allowed to run. A boy in Winterfell who would be a man too soon held an axe too long and dropped it and picked it up again. A bastard wore bronze like a man setting his shoulders under a yoke, He had not asked to be built and found that, after a while, the weight made his back stronger. And far north, beyond all maps, a light moved where there should have been no light, and men who had thought they were asleep opened their eyes to black glass and fire. The raven that saw it tilted its head and memorized the shape of the snow and the shape of a man's breath, and then flew toward the south, because that is what ravens do. It would reach Winterfell or it would not. Either way, men would still need soup. Either way, the beacons would need tending. Either way, the crown would be on its peg or on Jon's head, depending on whether men were counting or lifting. He kept his hands clean when he could and did not worry when they were dirty if he had been doing a thing that required that. He did not brag. He did not despair. He did not ask thanks when he did the small things that kept boys alive. He stood in the godswood sometimes at the end of the day with Osha on one side and Jojan on the other, and none of them spoke because silence at the right time is a feast. The heart tree looked down with its old grief. The stream said its sentence. The Winter King breathed in and out with the north, and the north, for now, breathed with him. Snow gathered in the seams of the slate roofs and made narrow ridges along the spear rack, as if the castle had grown ribs in the night. Jon traced one ridge with his glove and felt the cold through the wool anyway. Some things insisted on being themselves no matter what you set between. Micken's hammer kept the hour in the smithy. It fell slower now, paced for winter. Measure, measure, strike. Letting heat creep into iron rather than rushing it toward brittleness. The smell in there had always been a comfort to Jon. Coal and old sweat and the sharp tang when metal meets water. Today there was a new bite, black and mineral, that made men blink more often without noticing it. Dragonglass didn't belong on Micken's bench. It sat there all the same. A sack of dull, dark shards that caught light wrong and flung it back like a cat that tolerates you only when it wants to. You can't forge it, Micken said for perhaps the 10th time. Not in protest now, but as a ritual against folly. Glass is a liar. You think you've persuaded it into a shape, and it remembers it is sand and cuts you for presumption. We'll nap it, the Crannogman Whittle replied, not looking up. His hands worked with a patience that made the motion nearly invisible. Copper-tipped tool, precise pressure, a flake whispering loose. The floor under his stool glittered with shards too small to use and too mean to sweep easily. You persuade by asking, not telling. Leave a spine. Let the edge decide itself. He lifted a piece and turned it so the dull morning peered into it and came out thinner. There. That one wants a spear. Micken grunted but did not argue. He had the North sense. When something worked, you gave it space to work, even if it insulted your craft. Jon watched Whittle fit dark glass into the split ferrule of a short spear, binding it with tough, wet sinew and a wrapping of rawhide that would shrink tight as it dried. He liked the plainness of the work. No prayers, no boasting. Purpose sufficed. Make 20, Jon said. Then another 20. Give the first to Tam and the second to the boys who don't waste a breath making a story before they've done the thing. Micken answered, as if Jon had said water ran downhill. He frowned at a pile of billets. I need better shafts if we're to make a habit of this foolishness. Bring straight ash. Tell Tall Heart to send men with eyes, not logs to please their own grandmothers. Would that will hold a line? I will, Jon said, and took the list from him. The lists were beginning to comfort him the way a map comforts a man who does not intend to be lost. Gage looked up when Jon cut through the kitchen. The cook had flour on his forearms up to the elbow and a bowl tucked into his belly like a baby. If you're stealing rolls, take 2, he advised. 1 for you and 1 for the wolf, and don't pretend you'll eat both. I wouldn't, Jon said, and didn't. He left the second on the bench by the door, and Ghost took it with the delicacy he used on a vole, quick. A courtesy growl to no one in particular, gone. The barley stores? Sound, Gage said, and it pleased him not to have to lie. We turned them yesterday. I took my boot off and stuck my toes in a sack for luck. Jon bit into bread and let the heat live in his mouth. Save the heel for the boys who come in last, he said around the steam. They'll steal it anyway, Gage snorted. But it does a boy good to be given what he intends to take. In the great hall, a shepherd and a woodcutter stood with their caps wrung into lengths of rope between their fists. complaining about smoke that had curled where it ought not and a lamb that had gone to worry the wrong garden. Jon listened until the words ran in circles and then set them straight. "You'll share the lamb if it's still breathing," he said. "If it isn't, you'll share the bones. If the smoke comes out of his chimney wrong again, you will call one of Micken's boys and have him look, not take a stick up to the thatch like a fool and set the yard alight. If either of you comes back to me about it, it will be to tell me you ate and not to ask me to hold your hands while you decide who ate more." They looked mulish and then relieved, which is how men look when they have been set to what they already knew they must do. Maester Lewin wrote it down because writing a thing makes it happen again later when men who did not stand in the hall say, "Prove it." Jon signed a mark beside the entry and drifted along the benches while the stewards ladled morning broth. He made a note to move the trestles closer on nights the wind went a certain way so no one ate in a draft just because the hall had always been arranged thus. He set his palm on the grain of the board and felt where a crack wanted to widen. He told himself not to think of the crack like a word in a southern letter. A cry from above turned heads like flowers to the light. Not alarm. Not the long lift of bell mouths that made men's backs straighten. But the short sharp note from the inner gate. Rider from the south. Jon pushed through the yard with ghosting. Men parting the way they did when their hands were full and they did not want to spill what they carried. He had learned not to run. A running lord makes even good news buckle at the knees. The rider wore the watches black and salt, crusted to the knee where slush had gone over the boot and then decided to stay. His horse's flanks steamed and his beard looked as if it had been grown while riding. He slid to the ground and touched hand to chest. Not quite a bow, not the lack of one. "From the Lord Commander," he said in a voice that had had frost for breakfast. Men lost and found again. Men losing themselves and not found at all. No patience left for pretty words. The letter was short. Jeor Mormont's hand looked almost bored, which is how men write when they have too much to say and not enough wood to warm their fingers. Benjen Stark's name was there with a line drawn under it like an old wound. Missing. Tracks that confounded hounds. A settlement found empty with food left on the board in a shape that made men's mouths go dry. Bring men who don't brag. Bring onions. Bring tallow. Bring boys who can be quiet. Bring glass if you've made it into points. Kills them well. That last sentence was the most dangerous. It carried usefulness, and usefulness makes men eager. "We'll send the onions," Jon told Lewin. "And the glass." He turned to the rider. "Warm yourself. Then take what Gage puts in your hands and do not apologize for it." He caught the man's eyes and held them, feeling in the look the quick exchange the North kept for itself. "I will put weight in your hands. You will not drop it. We will not speak of it as if it were a favor." The rider nodded once and his face loosened around the bones. That made more difference than stew. Robb found Jon under the shadow of the wall that noon, their breaths pluming close together and then blowing away. "The raven from the wall," Robb began. "I have it," Jon said. He passed the letter. Robb's jaw set and his eyes went to the line with Benjen's name the way a tongue goes to a broken tooth. "We'll keep sending glass," Robb said softly, "and men who can carry it without clutching it. We'll keep the boys from making stories of it for a while. And if they must make one," Jon answered, "we'll choose the words for them." He spent the afternoon in the yard, hands raw in his gloves from catching spear hafts and passing them on, from lifting his own and showing a boy how to keep the forward hand open and soft so the spear could move like a taut dog on a lead and not like a stone you drag. Tam leaned on a post, saving his shoulders, and called corrections that were short enough to fit in a boy's head while everything else shook. In the late light, a cart rattled through the south gate trailing small triumphs. Sacks of black glass with Lady Barbary Dustin's scorn written on the parcel string. A pig from Barrowton that had survived the trip because Ser Roderick had stayed awake the whole way and glared at it every time it tried to remember how to die. And a sheaf of thin, brittle maps tied with a ribbon that had once been red. Galbart Glover slid down from the cart with a stiff groan, wiped his brow, and grinned up into the pale sky. "The Barrows don't like being disturbed," he told Jon, as if the Barrows had feelings to be consulted. But the Crannogmen knew where to put their feet and Lady Barbary knew where to put her tongue. Between them, we have a thing we can break our hands on and a thing to put in our hands to stop them bleeding. Have you ever heard a lady make a barrow blush? His laugh creaked. I've heard Lady Dustin make a boy leg it to the privy, Jon said, and saw the way that eased the man's shoulders. Eat, wash the dust out of your nose. If the glass asks to be a spear while you sleep, I'll tell it to wait until morning. At the evening bread, Caitlyn Stark came to the high table only long enough to look upon the men who ate as if the food between their teeth had to be turned into fire immediately. She had a woven shawl over her shoulders and the look of a woman who has gone into a room to be alone and found a list tacked there that would not let her sit. She touched the back of Robb's chair and then went away. Jon envied that touch. Robb looked after her and swallowed hard. He turned his swallow into a bite of bread and chewed until he remembered how to do it automatically. Snow fell in a dry sift overnight, as if some hand had upended a sack above the world and shaken it without malice. By morning, the chain in White Harbor would wear a lace that men would pretend not to admire while they did the work of scraping it off. Theon's letter came just after dawn with the smell of the sea clinging to it like a rumor. Wyman sends you his compliments and his appetite. The chain bit one boat yesterday. Another slid under like a fish and went back downriver with a sense of humor. Men who laugh at iron laugh more carefully the second time. Your order for more hooks for grapnels is foolish and therefore interesting. We will make them. The longship that tested the river had a painted prow with a woman's face that looked surprised to be so far from home. I told it to go back to its mother. It did not, but it will remember that I did. Tell Micken his nephew has hands like sausages and no sense with them. He should be taught to carry water before he's trusted to carry rope. There was a line Theon had scratched and left in. I am learning to be useful. He had not crossed it out, which was as near to a clean confession as a boy like Theon would make. Jon sent back, be useful more. Tell Lord Wyman that if he wants to feed the North in spring, he had better send to the fingers for the seed he likes now, before the roads go from foolish to impossible. He's the only man will pay the price and not whine about it. Also write him my thanks without making him think he can spend them. He sealed it and sent Theon a strip of smoked fish wrapped around a joke. For your gull man. Feed him something that isn't a laugh. Osha came out of the kitchen that afternoon with a knife in her belt and her hair tied back in a strip of old cloak, and found Jon looking at the beacon's map as if it had altered while his head was turned. She didn't waste any jape. Men think they invented fire, she observed, squinting up at the gray daylight where it pooled in the arrow slit. They didn't. They're only good at telling its stories until it agrees to come out. What you have there, she tapped the map with a dirty finger, isn't fire. It's the story that will make it come out where you want it. You should tell it again until you can say it when your head is full of blood and cold and the sound of men losing themselves. I do, Jon said, in my sleep. Then tell it softer when you're awake, she said. You're not the only one who needs to hear it. She looked at him as if measuring where to strike with a small truth. A crown sits better on a man who knows when to keep his mouth shut. I know it, Jon said, so I make up for it by talking to you. She snorted and went away, and he felt better. Toward evening, Jojan Reed stood by the godswood stream with his hands in his pockets, as if he were a little old man and not a small boy. He watched the water choose a way around an ice lip as if it could teach him something. Bran perched on a root with his feet swinging and a frown so serious it might have cracked his face if it had been new. Mira was throwing her spear into a stump that had not asked for the honor of dying twice but had been given it nonetheless. Summer lay with his jaw on his paws and his eyes open just enough to let Trouble know he had seen it before. Tell me again, Bran demanded without preamble. The boy who is not a boy. The door made of something that remembers being something else. You have the sense of it, Jojan replied slow. Sometimes that is all a man needs. Sense, not the story. Stories make people watch their own mouth instead of what is in front of their feet. I like stories, Bran said with a flare of child and a sudden shame at having let it show. Old Nan says, Jojan echoed with unexpected fondness. And she is not wrong. But when a thing from old stories walks into your yard, you put your hand on your knife and your other hand on your friend's shoulder, and you do not tell it you have been expecting it all your life. It won't like that." Bran scowled and then laughed, and the sound ran along the water and made the ice decide not to thicken for a while yet. Jon watched from the edge and did nothing to alter the moment. He thought of words Lord Stark wrote about silk and truth, and the way a line of light looks when you've stepped back from it and realized you can see further than you thought. The raven that came before dawn 2 days later had a smear of fat on its feather tips where someone had tried to tell it thank you in a form it could understand. The parchment was thick and folded 3 times and sealed with a smear of the king's wine. Lord Stark's hand had tightened. The lines had shortened. Boar, hunt, wound. The king lay under too many blankets for his pride. The queen counted. The boy wore a face that fit him well enough men did not look for seams. A will drawn. Words altered in a tidy clerk's hand. A line. If this reaches you, burn it. Do not trust any man who brings you a seal unless the man is one you knew when you were smaller. Do not send boys. Hold. Wait for snow to speak. There were other words beneath. Another hand, a sharper scent. They will take your father's head if they can. They will take your head if you give it to them by riding south. Do not. Do not. It was unsigned. Jon did not need a name. He felt in it the cramped space behind a wall and the sound of a little girl breathing quietly because a man had told her to. He burned the letter, yes, but only after he had read it aloud alone, softly, and felt the shape of it sit in his chest. He watched the ash break into 2 and blow. He didn't like watching things separate and get away from him, and admitted that, like a blister, he would not pick. At first light, he went to the gatewalk because when a house is told a thing, it looks to the walls, and he wanted to be where the looking ended. Robb joined him. Neither spoke for a time. Ghost sat with the patience of a god who remembered when men were not, which is a terrible joke wolves cannot help but be in on. The sky was a domestic gray that promised nothing and then kept it. "Robert will die," Robb said flatly at last. If there had been tears, he had put them elsewhere already. "When he dies, the boy will sit, and the woman will put her hands on the chair arms in a way men will pretend not to notice and then will notice. Father will. He will do what he thinks is right. He will not do what keeps him breathing if the two prefer to be different." Jon made himself breathe once before he answered. "Then we do what keeps our people breathing," he said. "We keep the wall fed and the wolves close. We send no banners down the King's Road. We do not give the river men reason to say we have abandoned them, and we do not give the south reason to say we have provoked them. We make our own reasons and keep them to ourselves." "Mother will want to go to River Run," Robb said as a statement, not a complaint. "She should," Jon answered. "If the riverlands burn, Lady Caitlyn's feet will be wet before ours. Let her go with men who know the way and a letter in my hand that says what it needs to say to her father and not more. Let her not pass the moat without speaking to Howland Reed. If he thinks the road should be mud beneath her horse when it is not, she must turn back. If he thinks the road should be dry when it is drowned, she must wait. We will write her such lines." Robb breathed out and looked sideways at him with something like surprise. "You have thought this already." "I do not stop thinking," Jon admitted, and for a moment allowed himself to wish that he had more words for the boy beside him than the ones duty gave him. "When I stop thinking, I lift things, and then I think again." They brought it to Caitlyn Stark in the little chamber off the hall where the light was kind to a woman's eyes and the fire behaved. She listened without interruption. She had not sent for this. They had brought it. That courtesy is paradoxical. You can anger a lady more by not imposing upon her than by presuming, depending on the day. Today, she was grateful they had not made her ask to be told. "I will go," she said simply. "With Ser Roderick and a dozen men who know the smell of the tumbler's fall from the smell of bull piss. I will go slowly, and I will stop if the reeds tell me to stop." She folded her hands. "I cannot bring him back if he falls. I can keep my father from dying of pride and my sister from dying of spite. Perhaps. Those are the sorts of deaths women learn to fend off." "Take 2 wagons," Jon said. "One empty. It will be full on the way back whether you planned it or not." She looked at him then as if measuring which of his edges were hers and which were the North's. And if word comes that they have thrown his head to dogs and called it mercy? Her voice did not shake. The shake was in her hands, stilled by practice. We will still hold, Jon said. He did not let himself imagine it. We will hold, and we will send for men 1 ring further out, and we will let the south come to the moat and find that the neck was not theirs, not even when they thought it was. If the riverlands pull us, we will lean, not fall. I will not spend boys in a grief that can't be bought back with their lives. She closed her eyes and opened them. I'll take the boys who think they are men, she said. They will find out, as I did. She stood. I'll pray, not because the gods listen, but because I listen better when I am talking to someone I cannot lie to. When she had gone, Robb stared after her and strangled a sound between laugh and groan. They will say I let my mother ride because the Winter King told me to. They will say what they say, Jon answered. Some of them because they need something to say to fill the air between themselves and their fear. Some because they like being seen saying. None of it will help a boy hold his spear against a thing that does not care for words. Let them. The bread will still rise. He kept men busy while the Stark party loaded. Crop carts repurposed into traveling beds. Axle grease warmed so it would flow. Speaking with a woman who would not admit to fearing the road and yet had packed her son's shoe twice. Mira gave Caitlyn a frog spear without comment. Caitlyn looked at it and at the girl and took it like a woman accepting the weather she did not like. Jojan said nothing to Jon when he passed him, only looked and then away. That was enough. Ghost stood in the yard and did not whine when the horses stepped out. He sat and watched until the last white breath faded and then trotted to Jon and leaned against his leg for exactly 3 heartbeats, and then left him as if to say, You are not alone, but I have other jobs. That evening, Wyman's man brought news from the mouth of the white knife like a stew that had simmered and now wanted eating. A longship with a turned-back prow had pressed too far under the chain, testing it, and had been forced to cut its own lashings to drift free lest it crack its ribs. Men had swum. Men had not. The gull-laugher had howled like a dog at the moon and then made himself calm without help. Theon had stood on the quay and said nothing foolish and had sent the dead back to the sea with a piece of bread each, which is as much a cloth as a man needs to cover other men's nakedness when he cannot give them more. Jon wrote back good, which is more dangerous praise than men think. Night rolled in thin and hard as glass. The beacons lit in their line. A wind came down from the wolf's wood and made a sound like old leather. Jon ate with the men at the lower table and let them make their jokes and did not make any. He went to bed and woke to a boy knocking at his door with a white face and the look of someone holding words too hot to keep. My lord, the boy managed. Raven. From the south. The king is dead. The words sat on Jon's chest like a stone. He took them off and put them on the table between himself and the world, and then he picked up the knife of what they meant and began to cut. He dressed before he broke the seal. He put the bronze on his head because there were men between here and the rookery who would not know where to put their eyes otherwise. He walked, not ran. In the rookery, Luwin had the letter in his neat fingers and had not read it because sometimes a man saves a thing for the one it stings. Jon took it and opened it and recognized the hand, small and careful. Sansa's, coach to propriety even in grief. The words themselves were Maester's, his under her pen. The king died of his wounds from the boar. The queen sits. The boy sits. Lord Eddard has been accused of treason. He was seized in the throne room by the city watch and men in gold cloaks who put hands on him as if he were not Lord Eddard Stark. Ser Barristan was dismissed in a manner that makes men talk low. The small council is no longer. There was a blot where a word had been begun and stopped. At the end, a flick of a hand not need at all. Arya is gone. I think she is not dead. I do not think she is dead, please. He folded the parchment and found his fingers had cracked at the knuckle from cold. He pressed the split to the edge of the table until the sting cured it. He looked at Luwin and said nothing, and Luwin said nothing back. They were Northmen. Sometimes men earn the right to be quiet with each other. When he went down, Robb was halfway up, eyes lit with the sort of fire boys get once before their faces remember they are their father's faces. Give it to me, he snapped. Jon did not. He kept it a moment longer, and that small defiance cooled the air. He is accused, Jon said, and you could feel the word like a nail going in. Accused is not dead. Accused is not guilty. Accused is a word made to test whether men can stand without falling over. We will not fall. Not yet. Robb took the letter and read, his mouth tight. They call him traitor, he said. They will make the word do the work. We should call the banners and what? Jon asked, with no heat because heat wastes itself. March on a city that eats men and craps silk? Leave the wall with onion skins and boys and tell the dead to wait until we have finished making ourselves brave? We hold, Robb. We hold. We send men to the moat who know how to stand knee-deep in water with leeches on them and call it a good morning. We send word to Howland Reed that the road must grow long and the ditches must grow deep. We send to White Harbor to close their mouth when they are told to open it and to open when we say, and not when someone with rings on his fingers says 10 polite words in a row. We send to Rickard Karstark and tell him to stand quiet with his men until I ask for them. And we write to the Riverlands to ask what help they require that does not spend our boys. Your mother will answer that for them. We do not give the South the war it wants before winter has told us what war we already have. Robb's jaw worked. Then he nodded because the nod was in him already, and he had only wanted to see if Jon would be man enough to demand it. We hold, he said. We send. We sharpen. We don't sleep if we don't have to. You will sleep, Jon said, or you will make me do all the thinking, and I am tired of my own voice in my head. They did it. They sent. The messages rode out like spiders along lines that had been spun while the king still breathed. Ride to Moat Caitlyn, the letter to Howland Reed said in Jon's plainest hand, and if the road is shallow, make it deeper. If the reeds are quiet, make them speak. If the southern men say they are coming on business for which men need room to pass, make them wait until they have learned to want less room. If my lady mother comes to you with a face that says go, let her. If she comes with a face that says I am not sure, keep her until she is. This is not an insult. This is the winter. He sealed that with the wolf and a small cut from his thumb because the Crannogmen respected blood when it was not squandered. To Wyman Manderly. Close your harbor to good news and to bad. Feed the ones who come with hats in their hands and throw back the ones who come with their hands closed. No gold leaves White Harbor for South. If they ask for taxes, send them stories. If they send a ship with a seal, sit on the seal until it cools. To Rickard Karstark. Wait until I speak. If your men must move to stay warm, move them along their own walls. Do not let them stab their own shadows in a rage to feel fierce. To Meej Mormont. You do not need letters. You know what to do. Thank you. To the Dreadfort. Send me the names you would use for night watch. If any of those names are men my father would not have allowed at our door when he was here, do not bother to send them. I will ask Howland Reed what he thinks of your men at the moat, and you will accept his opinion as if it were mine because it will be. The boy who carried the Reed letter vanished in the marsh and returned 2 days later smelling of moss and with leeches fat as thumbs in a jar and a line drawn on Jon's map that had not been there before. Mud path, safe in west wind only. Lay willow here. When Caitlyn reached the neck, her messenger came back with a strip of bark scraped clean and words written on it with the green of a crushed plant. Howland says, go when the water says go and stop when it says stop. He says, tell your son I remember his father's face when he was too young for a beard and that stubborn sits the same on both of them. He says, there is a shape in the south that wears armor quietly. If it comes too close to our water, we will prick it to see if it bleeds. Jon rubbed the bark between his fingers and the plant stain came off and made his thumb smell alive. The first report of Gregor Clegane's work reached them the same day as the word from King's Landing that Lord Stark had been taken to the dungeons. The two pieces of news did not know they were a pair when they were written, but arriving together made them fit. Burned farms on the Red Fork, dead boys hung by their heels, a blackened tower by a ford where a woman had nailed a board up in the night with a single word on it. Why? Robb read it and put his fist on the table and left it there until the color drained from his knuckles. Not yet, Jon said gently. The word was both a mercy and a cruelty. We will not march because a man wants us to be angry at the wrong thing first. We will send food if we can. We will send boys back with your mother if the road doesn't spit them out on the wrong bank. We will be ready to march when winter tells us it is not going to strike us behind the knee for being clever. He told Wyman Manderly to send boats up the White Knife with grain not stamped with any sigil, sacks turned, seams resewn, so that if the Riverlands ate stark bread, they could say it was just bread and not be made to choose a side while their mouths were full. He told the Wolf's Den to open its doors at night and make room on the floor for half the sailors in harbor, and to charge them nothing if they could pay only in songs. Boys sing better with bread under them. Joran came back, hollower around the eyes. He went to the fire and toasted his hands without asking. "Got the little one," he said without preamble. His voice low so the room would not hear. All elbows and bite. Told her we were going to be boys for a bit. I cut her hair. She still looks like herself to me. That's because I know. If anyone else looks too close, I make my nose run on them. He grinned briefly. She's with me. She'll go north. I can't promise which road she'll take from there, but it'll be nearer yours than the Queen's. Relief hit Jon, not like warmth but like water he had not known he needed. He didn't try to speak gratitude. It would embarrass a man like Joran into making a joke he didn't want to make. "I'll send men to the last inn to pay your way in food," he said. "They won't say it's for you. They'll just pay. If they miss you, someone who needs soup more will eat it and you won't be poorer." "Good," Joran said, and his eyes softened a fraction. "Your sister swears like a man now. I told her to keep some of it for later or she'll run out." "She won't," Jon said, and Joran barked a true laugh and went to find stew. The first snow that stuck to the beards of the beacons came as if the sky had finally made up its mind. Men moved through it slower without complaining because the snow accepted no apologies. Out on the line, Tam and Mira found the tracks of 3 things that had learned how to be men badly and hadn't learned how to be wolves well. They followed the tracks to a line of poplars that had no birds in them. The things did not want fire at first and then wanted it all at once, as if remembering too late. 2 fell to glass and flame. The third took a boy named Hull with him before Osha could reach him. Hull died looking surprised, as men often do, as if dying is an impolite thing he had not meant to inflict on anyone. They put his name on the board in the hall with charcoal and told his sister to come eat in the kitchen, where Gage put half a chicken in her lap and told her to swear at him until she couldn't anymore. She did, and then she cried into the bones, and after that she fell asleep on the bench, which is the best use of a bench. Roose Bolton brought a man from the east who had the stink of onions and the face of a rat and the name Reek, and left him in the yard with a pail and filth to carry without saying why a lord had brought a servant who should have been born to hard work. Jon watched the man walk and decided the winter wouldn't like him. He sent him to the midden and kept a Bolton boy carrying buckets beside him to ensure he didn't go where someone's pocket was. Roose did not protest. That was worse than protest would have been. He only smiled with his mouth in a line. When Lady Dustin sent more glass, she sent also a note. The dead in the barrows take insult less easily than living men. They kept their place when I told them to. I am more afraid of living fools than bones. The boy you sent to parley with me said plain things. Keep him. If you make enough plain things to stack, you can climb them when you need to. Jon tucked that in the chest with the ribbon and Karstark's line and the bark from the neck and thought perhaps his chest was becoming something else. A small winter's wall, letters stacked like stones. He closed it and set the crown upon it for a moment and then put the bronze back on its peg, because the crown wasn't a lid. It was a tool he used when men were watching. It weighed the same either way. He judged a theft the next morning. 2 loaves gone from a shelf. A child with flour at the corner of his mouth, and a mother with eyes like stones that had been rolled in a fast river too long. He didn't make a speech. He didn't make a show of forgiving. He sent the woman to Gage to peel and the boy to Micken to blow the bellows and told them both to eat in the warm and to leave their pride at the door or he'd tan it for them. Pride, like bread, can be remade if you put it to the right heat and work it. Jojan dreamed again. He came to Jon at dawn with frost in his hair, and the look of a man who has woken to his own name pronounced wrong by someone with a pretty voice. I saw a hall with red walls and antlers nailed like trophies around a chair, he said, and a man with a beard who had forgotten how to be a good father even when he thought he was trying. There was fire, but it wasn't warm. There was a woman who was angry on purpose because it kept her from being something worse. He looked toward the south as if it were a well he had almost fallen into. I don't always know what I see. I know when it matters. This will matter. There will be a river of men wanting to cross your neck. Don't let them all. I won't, Jon said. He put his hand for a moment on the boy's shoulder. It was too narrow. The shoulder would be what it would be in 5 years. They had only today's version. Eat. The raven that brought the word of Lord Stark's head came on a day that had decided to resemble a spring day to make men foolish, and had then changed its mind halfway. The parchment was small and mean, and the hand upon it was no hand at all. Someone had directed a clerk to write with neither heat nor shame. It said, "The traitor Eddard Stark has been executed for crimes against the king." It did not say what those crimes were. It did not say why the words felt like something that had been put into a mouth that gagged. Below, in a different ink that had been dirted with someone's breath, a blotch, and beneath the blotch, a single sentence as neat as a stitch. It was gone in one clean pass. It did not shame him. Jon walked to the godswood alone. He did not carry the crown. He did not carry the letter. He put his hands in the water of the stream until they hurt, because hurting with purpose feels less like breaking. He looked up at the red leaves and at the sad mouth on the white face and did not ask why. He told the tree what had been done to a man he loved, and that he would not throw boys into the south to make a sound to accompany the thing. He said he would not march because men in silk wanted to count men with spears and feel big. He said he would hold until winter told him he had to move. Behind him, on leaves and snow, steps ghosted without hurry. Ghost pressed his head to Jon's hip and made a noise that was not a whine and not a growl. After a time, more footsteps. Robb came and put his hand on Jon's shoulder and gripped hard, and then let go before comfort became a struggle. "Say it," Robb said, his voice raw. "They killed him," Jon said, "because a thing must be named before it can be carried. They took a man who had never stolen anything but time from himself to give it to others, and they made a public show of it." "I will march," Robb said. It was not bravado. It was a promise men make to the ring in their ears that comes after grief has struck them. "I will march when I can feed my men 3 days in a row. I'll march when the neck says I can pass. I'll march when Wyman says the river mouths are teeth. I'll march when you say to my face that the wall can stand without what I send." Jon breathed once, twice, steady enough that his ribs remembered what it felt like when they were 12. "Good," he said softly, unexpected. "We will not march because they have pulled a chain on our hearts and want to watch us dance. We will march when we choose the tune. We'll not leave the wall with onion skins. We will not leave White Harbor with open hands. We will not leave Bear Island annoyed. We will not leave the Dreadfort unwatched. We will go when we are still men and not the thing anger makes." Robb let out a sound that could have been a laugh and a sob. It was something a man says when he has discovered that his own mouth is strong enough to survive telling a truth he doesn't like. "You sound like father," he said. Jon closed his eyes briefly. "I am trying to," he said. They knelt then, not to pray as the South thinks of prayer, with bargains and ornate words and a careful audience, but to breathe. The tree watched with its long sorrow. The stream spoke. The winter was there, listening. Jon could feel it around the edges of his breath, patient. By night the hall was full. Not with drunkenness, Gage kept the beer warm. And small as a way to keep men's mouths from running off with them, but with the iron kind of company men seek when they know the ground has shifted. The Great Jon stood and said nothing for longer than men expected. When he spoke at last, it was in a voice he used on a young bull, gentle in its way, warning in its weight. "I will break whatever needs breaking," he said. "I will break men who come into my fields with torches. I will break boats that come up our mouths with hooks for other men's meat. I will break horses on ice and laugh if I don't break myself. I will break fast with any man who stands for the North. But I will not break the North. I will not make winter come faster by shouting at it. When we will go as a wall, not as a song." Meege Mormont banged her cup on the table until her island daughters shouted. "If the South wants to see bears in their doorways," she said, "they can come north. I'm not sending them pelts to sit on while they count us. When we go, My girls will carry spears with the ugly glass you're so fond of, king, and will stick it in whatever asks for a name first. She spat. My men will not die in rooms that smell like lemon oil. Wyman Manderly's letter came 2 days later with 2 sausages tied to it like a jest. It said, I am sorry for your father. I liked him even when he did not try to be liked. I have closed my gates to men with south words in their mouths and opened them to mothers with children who are brave enough to admit they are tired. I will sing you my loyalty at a later date when singers are useful again. For now I will feed you my loyalty. Eat what I send and stop writing thanks. They are hard to digest. Jon ate a sausage with his fingers standing at the top of the gate tower with the wind in his hair and didn't wipe the grease on his cloak. The grease smelled like life and like something men on the wall would trade a story to hold. He gave the other sausage to Ghost, who accepted it without pretension and licked Jon's fingers as if to say, remember this. Remember that it matters. Remember that you are not made only of iron. After the grief came work like a flood behind a broken dam. Men came to swear. Men came to ask. Men came to bring bits of bad news that they wanted to offload onto someone who could hold them without dropping them. The line of beacons burned. The chain in White Harbor rose and sank as needed. The crannogmen sent a boy with a handful of arrowheads made of something not quite stone and not quite glass and a note. This is what it looks like when a thing chooses to be useful. Use it. Do not thank it. It will break if it hears you. The boy refused a bed and slept on the floor with his head on his folded arms, as if pillows were for men who were not going to wake and run. Caitlyn sent word from Riverrun in a line that ran uphill and then down. Her father coughed. Her brother had 2 plans and a rage. The Riverlands bled. She would come north as soon as she had wrung what could be wrung, and not 1 moment sooner, because turning her back on men who needed eyes at their tables was not a thing she would teach her sons with her feet. Jon sent back a single sentence that would fit in the margin of her heart. We hold. When you can come. By late frost, the first men began to gather at the moat in the reed mist. Tall heart-sworn men, Serwyn's riders, Karstarks wrapped to the eyes, Umbers who laughed at the mud because they enjoyed making smaller men miserable when they could call it a joke. Howland Reed's message on bark came with every wagon. The road has teeth. It will not bite your men if you do not make faces at it. Tell your boys to breathe with their mouths shut when the gnats tell them to. The moat itself seemed to stir. The old stones pushed up like knuckles. Jon stood on Winterfell's gatewalk and felt the north adding itself, piece by piece. No song to it, no banners yet. In the yard, Pate, who had not vomited, taught 2 younger boys how to keep their hands from shaking after a fight by tying knots and strings, and untying them with one hand behind their back. Mira showed girls how to stand so a man who grabbed them would grab their bone, not their flesh, and would find his hand hurt in a way that taught rather than merely punished. Osha kept the smallest children close to the kitchen on evenings when a certain wind blew, and told them stories that had endings where no one won but everyone lived. Luwin wrote letters and then put them aside and went out to the yard and told boys to lift their feet properly. Micken hammered. Gage kneaded. Ghost slept with one eye open. And Jon, Winterking, did the work that men had set in his hands by kneeling and not kneeling, by letters and by sighs, by a crown on a peg and a crown on his brow. He went where he was needed and did not go where the work would get along without him. He trusted and he watched. He did not let grief eat the part of him that knows the weight of bread. He let it sit at his table like a cousin who had ridden in from too far for comfort and fed it and did not ask it to tell its stories over and over. He remembered the taste of sausage on the gate tower. He remembered his father's hand on his shoulder and the way it had lifted off as if to caution him against thinking that hands stay. He remembered Arya's blunt, "Don't fall." He tried not to. On a day when the sky was a flat slate and the snow chose to fall in grudging beads, a rider from the Golden Tooth came with a hollow cough and a message from the Riverlands that had run out of words and into breath. The lion had risen with a plume of smoke and laid it along the road, and men had died in fields their grandfathers had planted. The boy king at King's Landing had smiled and lopped off heads in the courtyard like a gardener taking the tops off onions. Sansa's neat hand had gone unseen for days. Yoren's track north went crooked and then straight again in the reports along the road. Caitlyn's letters grew fewer and weightier. Robb's eyes turned from boy-mad grief to the long, clean anger that made him dangerous in a different way. "Soon," he said to Jon one evening, not as a question. "Soon, not now." "Soon," Jon agreed and put his hand on the map where the neck became the north and the paper knew the difference because the ink darkened. He went to the godswood that night with Ghost at his heel and the crown over his arm. He stood with his hand on the tree and spoke in his heart a thing he did not say aloud to anyone because it was vanity and men should not be encouraged to hear themselves say the only thing that forgives vanity. "I will do this right." He corrected himself within. "I will do this as well as I can. If that is not right, let me be corrected before it kills anyone but me." The tree did what trees do. It listened and did not change. That was answer enough. He put the crown on his brow in the red light under the boughs and felt its cold. He took it off again and walked out of the wood and did not look back, because men who look back too much trip on roots and invent ghosts that do not need help. When he reached the yard, the boys were still at their drills. Tam's voice had turned hoarse. Mira's spear thumped. Osha laughed once, rough as bark. Luwin scolded a man for wasting ink on a flourish when he should have written a number more carefully. Whittle held up a glass head to the light and nodded to himself and set it aside like a father folding a blanket. Micken swore tenderly at a hinge that had decided not to shape and then shaped it with a murmured apology. Winter breathed. The North breathed with it. Jon breathed with both. The line of lights beyond the walls held their little hands, and the chain in the white knife lay quiet under ice that would break all at once when it was time for it to break. Men slept with their boots near and their hands not far from purpose. Far off, a raven beat its way out of a weather it had not chosen and came on, straight as a thrown thought, until it found the rookery that had been waiting for it all along. It would land or it would not. Either way, the bread would be in the oven at morning, and the Winter King would eat it standing and pass a heel to the wolf, and the day would begin as it must, with work and breath, and the weight of the North in a man's hands that did not intend to be dropped. The morning after the word of the king's death, Winterfell took its first steps with the weight of it spread evenly in men's joints. It had the look of a house that had dragged a stone through the night and set it down in a corner where it would not be tripped over. Jon came down the steps to the yard while the gray still thought of being blue. Ghost trotted before him and then behind, the white of him taking the dawn and giving it back. The first chore of the day was the sort you'd be ashamed to put in a song and proud to see done right. The cistern had frozen along the rim where steam from the baths feathered and then failed in the small hours. A ring of stubborn ice smiled up at men as if to dare them to pretend it was summer. Jon put a hook into it and levered and felt the kind of satisfaction that never rights itself. Iron on ice, the give, the clean crack. Water lapped like an animal soothed. "Put a plank," he told a boy whose lip had blued with the wind. "Frost will eat toes faster than false pride." He broke his fast on porridge that had known salt before and apples after, and a heel of bread that had lived 2 lives already. He set half of it on the bench at his knee without looking. Ghost's teeth touched his hand soft as if asking after that part of him men forget to feed when they are busy. "We have too much to do," Jon muttered. Ghost's tail thumped once as if to say he knew, and as if to say the same thing back. The day opened its hands. Micken's complaint about hinges, Gage's satisfaction about barley, Luwin's small cough over the tally. Jon signed where the ink wanted to skip, set pence where they would land with a weight that made boys look twice, and kept his eye on the door because the North loves a day without surprises and punishes you for it by sending 3 at once. The first arrived with a Manderly knot in his cap and the smell of fish that did not apologize. "Chain holds," the man reported. "And the Gull-Laugher's boat has the same planks as before, which is to say fewer." A longship kept station and then drifted, polite as a niece. They tried hooks under the chain, good ones too. We showed them we'd seen it. They thought better. "Men will think better of everything when the water's colder," Jon said. "Tell Lord Wyman he will not get thanks. He'll get work. If he wants praise, he'll have to steal it. But give him this." He offered a line in his own hand, not pretty. "If you write to me of fish again, I'll send you meat until you're sick of it. If you write to me of the men who row, I'll send you men who can row." He sealed it and gave it to the harborman, who weighed the letter in his hand before tucking it into his breast as if it had more than ink in it. The second surprise wore redness in the cheeks like a flag and bow-legged pride in the knees. Great Jon Umber came in laughing because that's how a man like him refuses to weep. He smelled of snow kicked up by hooves, and of a flask he hadn't had time to finish. He clapped Jon's back and the blow rolled through him like the wave a boy stands against the first time he decides he won't be knocked down. "You hold them," Great Jon said without ceremony. "You hold them steady. Good. I'm here to shout at boys and frighten cows into giving twice. If we go down the King's Road, we'll not go with bare backsides. I brought more men than you asked, because I can count better than you when I'm angry. Anger does lend vigor to some's." Jon agreed dry. "You'll take your men to Hornwood's outer farms. Lady Hornwood will have what she needs. You'll keep a hand on your cup. And if a man with a pale eye and a slow smile introduces himself as a useful soul, you'll set him to digging and not let him count anything. If he refuses to take the shovel, you'll put him on it." The Great Jon's grin hardened. "I came to say the same," he rumbled. "Bolton sent me a boy with words that fit too neat in the mouth. They make the wrong kind of noise when they land. Hornwood's lady will eat at my fire before I'm done. If a rat shows its head, I'll let my men's dogs decide what to do." His eyes softened a hair as his rage took a longer breath. "I am sorry for your father, boy. He was a man for winters. Be that or better." "I will be what the North will eat," Jon said. "They do not like spice. They like meat. Do what you came to do. Send me word. Don't put it on pretty paper." The third surprise was smaller and wore a cloak patched in 3 colors that had all been the same once. She had straw in her hair and a mouth that had decided to stop laughing in summer and forgotten to start again. She came with 2 boys who had both chosen to grow too fast and 1 girl who had chosen not to grow at all, and behind her a shadow shaped like trouble that had learned to be servile so well you would not notice it unless you liked to watch where shadows pooled. Reek. Lady Donella Hornwood had ridden under night to get to Winterfell in morning. Her hands shook only when she held them still. "I thought," she said with a careful voice, "it was foolish to wait for a letter after the letter comes with grain in it, so I came. Lord Roose sent advice. Lord Umber sent meat. I prefer meat." "The Dreadfort does not own your door," Jon answered at once, loud enough for the room, low enough for her. "You will sit in our hall and eat and sleep. You will rest and then you will tell me who your men answer to when they are tired. We'll make them answer to bread for a time. See, warm. Your boys will be set to micken and gauge. A lady who rides by night knows how to make a winter sit down and listen." She smiled then, a small thing a man could carry in his pocket. "Thank you," she said, as if he had offered a chair and not a wall. She glanced past him at the shadow, who kept to a spill of timbers by the door, counting nails with his eyes and lips. "That man reeks," she observed, with no poetry. "That's what men call him," Jon said. "He goes where work goes. If he finds a door other men forget to latch twice, I'll hear of it." He caught the creature's eye. Reek flinched and then smiled in a way that tried to please and succeeded in making men want to pull their hands back. "You'll carry slops today," Jon told him. "And tomorrow. If you don't break the bucket, you'll carry wood. If you break the bucket, you'll buy it with your back." Reek's smile sharpened and then died. He bobbed and slouched out. Roose Bolton watched it all with that tidy stillness of his that made Jon itch as if a flea lived under his collar. "Your hand is heavy for a boy," Roose murmured. "That may keep you warm." "It will keep other people warm," Jon replied and moved on. By noon, the hall had grown a margin of warmth around its edges that men would not admit to needing. There is a kind of heat that comes of being allowed to be busy, and Winterfell gave itself that again and again in small dosings. Lady Hornwood ate with a steadiness that made other women look, took a cup, and did not spill burning beer in her lap. When she had warmed the parts of herself that were not for public eye, she sat with Jon and Luwin by the hearth where plans were kept unpretty and loyal. "Hornwood men count their spears in a way that insults the number," she said once introductions had been laid away, and she had bided the time it takes to teach a fire you mean to stay with it. "I've 6 dozen who can stand. A dozen boys who will stand in the middle of the night out of pride and fall in the afternoon out of sense. And 3 who will stab anyone who calls them good. Reek has been about. They say it like he's a weather. I'd like to make him a season that ends. You will be a guest of Winterfell, Jon said, with the plain courtesy of making a thing a fact by saying it out loud. Your house will be guarded by umber men and hornwood men standing each other. We will write out in front of the gods that no man in the north will marry you before winter has lifted and until you say a word. We will write that a Bolton who touches your door without invitation will touch my teeth. Lewin will make it legal. The tree will make it stick. Write it large, she said. My eyes are tired. They did on a board and on bark. They read it under red leaves, with Maester Lewin's chain heavy and Jon's voice steady and Lady Hornwood standing with a courage that did not like to be called that to its face. The godswood took the oath and was the same after, which is the best sign you can have. Roose Bolton bowed to the writ like a man who knows words spoil if not aired and suggested that the Dreadfort would send a man to sit beside Lady Hornwood in council, to share meat and make sure that all was proper. Jon offered a chair and a guard to watch the man while he sat in it. Roose made no show of offense. Men watched without seeming to. The Reed's frog-spear girl smiled a little and went away to sharpen something that wasn't the edge of her mouth. That night, after counting, Jon took bread to the watch atop the outer gate. 2 boys, one with ears like handles and one with a scar that had decided to stay although it could have left, sat with their cloaks tucked in to stop the wind making itself a third. He set the bread on their knees without words. The one with the scar said, "My lord," and then "King," as if feeling his way with his tongue. Jon took the second word as if he had been called by his name. He tore off a piece of the heel for himself and left them the rest and raised his hand once to the dark beyond the wall because sometimes it helps men to see that their lord measures the same wind they do. In his chamber, he found a letter under the peg where the crown hung. The peg had grown specific with use like a stool that remembers who sits on it. He unfolded the scrap. It had no seal and the hand was trying not to be nice. It said, Renly calls himself king and wears flowers in his beard. Stannis calls Renly traitor and writes to men about bastards as if ink could make a sword. The lion sits and licks its lips. The river runs out red in places. Choose no south. Feed the wall. There was no name. He did not need one. Jon folded the note and put it with the others and laid the bronze on its peg for the night. The next days went the way good days in winter do. Downhill like a sled you have to steer with your weight because you haven't got your hands free. He spent an hour with the nappers, a short noon with the men who ran fire, 2 more with Wyman Manderly's factor who had come to be told in person that Winterfell wanted barrels that did not leak and men who understood the difference between a leak and a lie. He sent meat to the moat with a thin letter. If Lord Reed says wait and a Southman says go, you will wait. If you do not, I'll make you wait when you come back. If that means you never come back, that's a shame, but less a shame than bringing wolves behind you. He woke one night to the kind of cold that sits in a man's lungs and decides whether to keep him alive or not. Ghost stood over him with his mouth open, not panting, tasting. Jon reached out and laid a hand on the wolf's shoulder, and something in his chest let go. Fear he had not known he'd been letting line the walls inside him. He sat up, dragged on his boots, and went up to the gatewalk to stand among the men whose job it is not to be wards against evil but to be remembered the next day by serve of bread. The stars were too many to count without insulting them. He stood with them and let his breath count for him instead. Word came back from the moat in the morning, written on bark as though the neck disliked paper on principle. Men had gone by in 2s and 10s with trouble in their faces and lords' colors on their cloaks, and some of those colors had gone dark with water because colors do not float. Caitlyn had gone. Caitlyn had come again. Caitlyn had gone again with a knife look in her jaw and her eyes on the ford. Jon read, I told your mother the river will take what it wants and leave what it likes. She said, then I will take only when it's looking and leave when it blinks. He'll do. The signature was a frog leaping. Robb stood with him in the doorway, the light like old tin on their faces. I will walk out with the first host, Robb said. He said host and not army because he was still, in his bones, a boy in a house. Not today. Soon. If I don't, Men will spend their anger eating each other. If I do, they'll spend it on the road, and that won't do either, but at least I will be counting them myself. You'll go when Howland sends word that the teeth are turned outward and not inward, Jon replied. You'll carry more meat than pride. You'll leave me what the wall asks for, and you'll leave me boys enough to replace the men you take. If I send for you, you'll come back. If the river tries to take you, you'll teach it manners. Robb grinned, sudden and young through the beard trying to be on his face. The river does not learn, he said. Neither do we, Jon said, and that made Robb laugh as men laugh to shove away the thing that will cry otherwise. They stood like that until the yard below showed their own shadows back to them long and thin. The raven from White Harbor came with a strip of smoked eel and a note tied on like a prayer strip. The note said, "The gull laugher does not laugh today." He stopped his laugh in his throat when we hauled men from frozen rungs and put beer in their hands, because beer does not betray a man's pride as soup does. The Iron Men test where water is quietest. We keep it noisy. Tell the frog boy that if he means to bring his tricks to my harbor, he'll have to pay in stories the way he pays elsewhere in mud. Jon wrote back, "The frog boy laughs at you even as he bows. He will send you a hook that will hold a fish that doesn't know how to be caught. Don't thank him. He'll break if you do." A crannogman did arrive wearing mud as if it was a deliberate color, with a net woven of something that would not rot in a month. He spoke to Wyman's man in a way that would have gotten a other boy cuffed by a lesser lord, but Manderly's fetch took it with curiosity as if he had been handed a new pastry. The net lay on the hall floor like a patient animal while men passed around its knots and pretended not to be impressed. "You'll get an Iron Man's ankle," Mira said, "and a pride. The pride will sink. The ankle will do." The Great Jon guffawed and asked if the net could catch a fry. "We are saving that," Mira said, and her smile was a weapon put back with care. Jon knew the phrase would be a matter. You could not make any road south without a fry becoming a river in a man's mouth. He wrote to Walder and did not send the letter. He wrote again and still did not send. The third time he wrote simply, "Our bread feeds the riverlands because they are hungry, not because they will remember. If you are hungry, open your doors. If you have too much, send it. When we come to your bridges, we will not pull them down if we can help it. If we must, we will. I prefer to owe you meat than grief." He sealed it with small satisfaction. You cannot bargain with a man like Walder Frye with perfect words. You can show him your hands and let him count your fingers. He did send a letter to Riverrun. "The North is with you, but she is also with the wall. I will not spend men twice at once. Robb will come when he can drag his house with him. He will keep his head. He will not let anyone else cut it. Tell him to make his men bite the leather in their mouths. Do not let your brother bite anything he does not want to chew." Jon considered adding something about banners and the right time for songs and chose not to. He had seen enough men clasp a sentence with both hands because it was the first thing they had been given that day. Osha took Rickon by the scruff when he tried to climb the inner gate tower with a rope he had tied himself out of bed linen. "Little wolf," she said, and Jon, passing below, heard the warmth in the chide. "You'll have all the towers you want to fall off of when you get there. For now, you don't break your neck. That's an order." Rickon bared his teeth in something that would have been a grin if anger had not cut a notch in it. Shaggy Dog put his paws up on Osha's thigh and looked grievously into her face as if to suggest he would like the order in writing. Osha snorted, cuffed the pup, and took Rickon to the kitchen to sit on the table while Gage peeled and told a story about onions that made it sound like onions were men and men were sometimes onions too. When the wall sent again, the raven had a feather missing from where a hawk had tried and failed to make it into a faster message. Georg Mormont wrote not a line but 3, each a nail. Halfhand says the wildlings gather in numbers not seen in 2 lives. Raider is a king in a way men who have never had a king can manage. He will fall on us like weather. Send men who can stand in a wind that tells lies. Jon took the letter to the men drilling at the outer ring. He chose 10 and then 20 from among those who did not look at him as they stood to be looked at. He chose a baker who had counted coals all his life, a woman who had learned her husband's gait after a broken leg and could tell it from a stranger's in the night, a boy with a damaged ear who had taught himself to read men's mouths by accident, and now used it like a secret knife. He put their names to Lewin and sent them with onion sacks and glass and fur. "You'll hate it," he told them. "You'll love coming home." That earned a believable grin from two and a hard blink from one and a shrug from the rest, which is as it should be. Quick as the North lets anything be quick, the word came whispering up from the reeds. Walder Frye would open his bridge if the North would open a line in its long memory for his house to be threaded through. Robb had sent his own messengers, Caitlyn among them, sounding more like duty than like blood because that was the only way to get through the twins without having the gates think you had insulted their stones. Jon read the terms. Bread, a courtesy of names, a promise with mouths and with more difficult things, marriages. "Not now," Robb wrote in the boy's spiky hand that tried to be equal to a winter. "Later, on a calendar that doesn't exist yet. It's foolishness, but not the kind that kills. I can cross. I can strike. If I don't, the lion eats the riverlands and looks up the road." Jon took the letter to the godswood. He did not stand for long because men waiting for decisions like to see a man move. The red leaves watched him not as a judge, only as the place where men speak to themselves truthfully. He came out and wrote back, "Cross. You will take the whispering wood if you do not talk about it as if you mean to. Tell the men to let their breath go slow. Tell the Great Jon that noise will be our friend when we decide it will be. If you catch the golden sun, keep his mouth shut and his eyes open. Do not bring him north. Send him to the phrase if you must. No, I'll not put a sword in that man's hand that way. Send him to Riverrun under weight." He sealed it, breathed once, and gave it to the rider with a strip of bacon because bacon makes men ride faster than pay. The night before the march, Robb came to Jon's chamber with the look he'd worn as a boy when he'd fallen from the ice on the millpond and not wanted their father to see his fear. He stood in the doorway a heartbeat longer than he should have and then came in like a lord because he was one. Ghost raised his head, accepted Robb's hand on his skull, and blinked. "I wanted to say," Robb began, and then his words got in a knot behind his teeth. He laughed at himself, which made room in the air. "I wanted to say that if I come back with gold for hair, you can tell Mother not to kill me. And if I don't come back, you can tell her I didn't spend anyone foolishly. Because I won't. I won't be the fool people think boys are. And I'll bring them back to you, as many as I can, and not lie to you about the ones I can't." "I know," Jon said simply. He could have said 20 things and made them all true, and instead he spoke the one that would let Robb breathe. "You'll send me word where you sleep. I'll send you word where you belong. If I need you, I'll ask. If you need me, you'll ask. We're done with pride. We are." Robb agreed, and they looked at each other with a whole childhood between them and a winter that had stepped in and sat down. Robb stepped forward and put his forehead briefly to Jon's. "Brother," he said. "Brother," Jon returned. He did not say king. That was for day and for men who needed it. Robb rode at first light. The sound of the host moving out did not sound like glory. It sounded like carts complaining, like leather groaning under honest weight, like men correcting boys with quiet words and then the same words sharper, like horses farting and then settling. Jon stood on the gatewalk with Ghost and did not lift a hand. He watched until the tail of it had gone, and then he went down the steps because kitchens do not wait for sentiment, and a winter king who watches the road too long will miss the boy who cut his thumb not far from home. News travels how it pleases, but victory always finds a path. It came at dusk with a boy on a lathered horse and a horn blown low because high notes break in the cold. Whispering wood, taken in a hush and then with a roar. Robb's lines had moved like men who were not trying to impress anyone, which is why they impressed. The lion's glittering sun was pulled from under a horse and laughed when he should not have and then did not laugh when he should, which is how you know a man like that is beginning to learn. Jon read the names of the dead and did not count in his head. He read the names of the captured and weighed them in his palm. He read Robb's line, spare, controlled. "We didn't boast ahead of time. We will not boast now. I have the Kingslayer. I will keep him. I will not bring him north. I will send him to Riverrun and keep the ground for a second bite. Mother says to tell you she saw the river look at her and then away and that she told it to behave. Men cheered in the hall, the rough sort that lifts the roof and then sets it down straight. The Great Jon bellowed and pounded the table with his fist until a splinter went into his knuckle, and he liked it. Meej Mormont roared a name that had not been shouted in that hall in 100 years, and then said a different one for spite. Wyman sent a boy to the kitchen to fetch 3 sausages just to keep from weeping, and when he came back with 2 he said, "Good, I had meant to share one anyway." Bolton smiled the way a blade smiles when it decides not to be used. Lewin allowed himself to set his chain down for the time it takes a man to rub at his neck. They did not crown anyone for it. There is a crowning some men expect after the taste of victory. Winterfell offered mended socks and a second ladle of stew and an extra log on a room's fire. Jon let the cheer go on until it had done what it needed to do, and then stood and let his hand touch the table as if touching the table were the same as touching every man at it. "Eat," he said. "We'll do the same work tomorrow." It was not eloquence. It did what it needed. The morning after victory is always low, because life is jealous. Jon found 2 boys trying to outdo each other with glass, slicing their fingers and then laughing to keep the shame from rising. He cuffed them both lightly and took the blades from their hands and put wood in them. "When you're too light in the head for glass," he said, "you're ready for sticks. Go knock each other down somewhere I can't hear you." They went, red-eared and grateful. Ravens came down out of white sky like bits of the sky choosing to be useful. Riverrun wrote, "Good. Come." Twins wrote in a hand that believed in its own rightness. "Remember." Phrase have memories where other men have meat. Jon wrote back, "I remember everything I can eat." He sent the note without pleasure because seeing himself stoop to a phrase level made him want to wash his hands. "You do what keeps your people breathing." The wall wrote again, harder. "Men seen moving on the ice where no men should be." A white bear that did not breathe. A wildling boy who had put an arrow into a thing that had his uncle's boots and then had to cut the arrow out again and spat when he told it, as if spitting would wipe his mouth of the taste of it. Jon read in the old bear's pencil scratch a hurry the man refused to name. He packed another load of onions. He sent Tam and a different boy, and he stood in the yard and watched them go and did not make it a show. Osha came to his side without asking and stood the way she stands when she is thinking of the long parts of things. "You'll wear yourself to no use," she said. "I will wear myself to the shape of what I have to hold," he answered. "That's a good lie," she said, not unkindly. "It keeps men standing. I prefer lies that make them sit when they need to." He nodded. That night he slept 6 hours and woke twice in them and let himself sit still both times and did not stand up to find a task that needed him. The castle did not die of it. The Hornwood matter tried itself in Winterfell's hall without the need of a gavel. Men arrived with petitions and claims and a neatly written thing from the Dreadfort naming a match as if a woman were a barrel in a store and marriage a bung to be fitted. Lewin read the claims in a calm that would have made a lion tired. Lady Hornwood stood with both hands on the back of a chair, and did not sit and did not cry and stared down men who had not yet learned to be ashamed of the thoughts they had about a widow's body. "Lady Hornwood remains Lady Hornwood," Jon said when it was all done and before anyone thought they should have another go at saying their piece. "If she chooses to wed when spring comes, she will do it with bread in her belly and not because a winter unfastened her cloak. Until then, the matter is no one's but hers." He paused and let the North hold its breath. "And mine, if anyone thinks to say otherwise." He added, "Because the wrath of a house is often held in one boy's mouth." He looked at Roose Bolton while he said it and did not blink. Roose smiled exactly the way a man smiles when he is imagining someone else tripping. Jon did not trip. Caitlyn's letter came on thin paper that had been folded and unfolded until it knew its own creases as a face knows age. Jaime Lannister had been delivered in chains. Lord Tywin was not pleased. The phrase were, "The Riverlands bled and ate." She had kissed Robb's brow and scolded him for eating too fast and sent him away with the gentleness she uses when she knows a boy is carrying a stone. He cannot set down until a man says he may. "Tell the North to be proud and quiet," she wrote. "Tell the men who stayed to hold the children when they cry that they are brave. Tell the boys who bend to pick up water that they are brave. Tell the ones who die with more names in their mouths than their own that they are brave whether or not I like that bravery." She had signed it, Cat. Jon put the letter with the others and did not reread it for 2 days because some kindnesses make you careless, and he had no wish to waste any of her work by dropping the end of a sentence he had been carrying all morning. A bastard boy from Barrowton brought news of something that had been seen moving along the edge of the world. Fire where no men lived, a line of orange that flickered without smoke. He could not say where it had been. He spoke as if the sight had burned out some part of his words and left him with the useless ones. Jon thanked him with soup and a place by the hearth and a stern look when the boy tried to laugh as if laughter would make men like him enough to keep him forever. "You'll go back," Jon said. "You will not die of being watched." The boy looked grateful for an order that made sense and liked to be obeyed. Theon returned for a day to stand with his back to the hall pillar and grin his tired grin. He had Seawet clinging to him as if it loathed to leave. "My father will rebel if he can do it without getting any of the consequences on him," he announced, boy-brash man-weary. "If he cannot, he will pretend he has and shout at a gull. I told him the North will set a chain where he expects a song. He told me I sound too much like a man who eats bread for a living." "What do you eat?" Jon asked. Theon stuck his tongue in his cheek and let the question sit there. "Regret," he said, surprising both of them. "And fish." He swallowed and came back out of himself. "I'll go again. Tell me, King, should I stay and be your dog, or go and be his and bite you later?" "Go and be no one's dog," Jon said, with the small brutal mercy of asking a boy to be what he had never seen. "Take a list. Names of men who look at the world with both eyes open. If you find one on Pike, send me the name. If you find none, write it anyway and pretend. It will do you good to believe there's someone there who can count to 10 without getting angry. And take a net." He handed Theon the crannog work with a quirk. "If you catch a father with it, let him go." Theon laughed for real, brief and free. "I will," he said. He did not ask for safety. Cannot be given. There were small quarrels, each needing the same deliberate patience as a large one. A cook who thought a butcher had taken a bribe. A boy who had been struck by a man who shouldn't have. A woman who wanted to bring her dog to the hall and did not care who disliked it. Jon heard them the way a tree hears wind. He sent a piece of bread with each and a lesson and a small warning. "If I have to hear of this again for the same reasons, I'll upset your day properly." Men left relieved to have had a lord put his hands in their nonsense. It made better men of them than a speech would have. The second small council after whispering would took place without fanfare in the room off the hall where the windows hold to their ice and the table scars are a map of old tempers. Wyman's factor, Meej, Galbart, a tall heart with straw in his beards, Roose in the corner as if he had been poured there and forgotten. They spoke of numbers until numbers made sense. They spoke of banners and decided when to keep them rolled. They spoke of spring as one speaks of a horse a boy might be allowed to ride if he has the right boots. "Stannis's letters come with wax that doesn't crack," Wyman's man noted. "That makes men trust the words more than is good. He says the king's get are not the king's get. It's a bold thing. It may be a true thing. If it is not our problem while snow falls." "It is always our problem," Roose Bolton murmured, as if correcting a child. "Truth has long feet." "And short hands," Meej returned. "It can't lift our kettles." The room softened around the truth of that and moved on. "Walder will want his sons at our table," Galbart said. "We can stomach a son or two. He will want their sons as well. He will want daughters. He will want to leave his smell on every bench. You will have to let him in somewhere or he will call you the kind of names that make southern men pretend to be offended." "He can have a bench," Jon said, "and a name spoken with meat. He cannot have 2 doors. And he cannot have our sleep." He let his eyes rest a moment on Roose's quiet shadow. "No man can have our sleep." When the council broke, Roose stood last, as if he had not expected himself to rise. He came to Jon while the others jostled and joked in the door. "You are too careful," he said. The way he said it made the word sound like praise and not care. "Cuts. You will bleed. You will also live." "If I have to choose," Jon said, "I will bleed my own blood first. Then I will be careful with other men's. You will help me." I will watch, Roose said. That was as good as help from him. It was something. Jon nodded as if a promise had been made and went to the kitchen, where he could put his hands in something that would take their shape and not resent it. The raven that arrived with mud on its feet and a feather gone made men turn their heads when it croaked, because you can hear a message before you open it. Riverrun again. The boy king had sent a note of his own. Bend, and be forgiven. The queen had sent men to collect the bending. Robb had sent those men home in their shirts with their pride in their mouths to keep from biting their tongues at what had been done to them. I have done worse to men for less, Meej observed approvingly when the tale was told. The small council under Winterfell's snow laughed the way men do when blood begins to wake in them for the work to come. Jon did not laugh long. He sent men to the wall. He sent men to the moat. He sent a boy to his bed with a cup of warm beer because the boy had begun to shake for no reason and would have dropped a torch if he had been made to hold one. He went to the godswood and named aloud the names of men who had not come home, because that is the thing you do when you have taken responsibility for their leaving, no matter how necessary their going. He laid his palm on the bark where it was smooth and then where it was rough and let both textures teach his hand the difference between hardness and strength. Snow had begun to be everything. Placed itself in the cracks. It edged banners. It made the yard look like a clean wound. In the night, men on the wall saw lights where there should have been none and did what they had been taught to do. They told the next man, and he the next, and a torch was made to behave, and the light either came closer or did not, and if it did, men fired at it with glass, not because glass is glass and therefore holy, but because it works, and working makes holiness seem foolish. When Robb's second triumph came, the battle of the camps, the freeing of Riverrun, the way the morning had tasted when men woke on the right side of a blade. Jon read it and allowed himself one moment of pride so private that if a god had struck him down in it, no one would have known why he was smiling. Then he went out and told 2 boys to pick up after themselves because wires left on the ground make men fall, and he told an old man his story was good and that he should tell it tomorrow when different boys would need to hear it, and he told Whittle to set hooks in a pattern he had thought of in the night because his mind had not stopped moving even as his body had. It happened, between things. A man with the wrong smile tried to walk out of Winterfell with a girl not his. They caught him because the girl screamed the way Osha had taught the kitchen girls to scream. Low, so a man who doesn't listen will hear it as wind. And long, so a man who does will know not to stop until he is there. Reek had stood near enough to be noticed and far enough to pretend he was not. Jon had him to the hall, made him stand in the light, and named him out loud as the sort of man he was. You will go to the Dreadfort, he said in front of Roose, voice flat. You will be shown as property because that is what you wish others to be. I have no interest in what happens to you after that so long as it does not come back to me on a boat or in a sack. If it does, I will nail it to the gate with your name on it. Reek smiled as if he had been praised. Roose's mouth moved in a way that could be read as approval or hunger. He took the creature back with a polite bow. Lady Hornwood, looking on, set her mouth in a line hard as old glass. Thank you, she said, and Jon nodded with no satisfaction at all. He wanted the man dead, but dead men leak trouble in ways living ones sometimes do not. He chose the living trouble and put a line around it. That is sometimes the only kind of wisdom you get. Another letter from Stannis came with neatness and a complaint against the weather built into the shape of the letters. It made men blink because its truths poked them with tidy fingers. Jon read it and held it in his head and decided not to say the word king in the same sentence as any southern name until the winter let him trade breath he needed for words men did not. He wrote back to no one, we see what we see. We do what we do. If you care for the wall, send wood. He did not send it. No raven should be asked to carry that kind of disdain. When the first real storm came, announcing itself with a steady singing along the iron at the top of the keep, the house took it like an old man takes a joke told badly, with patience and a refusal to change his position. The beacons lowered their lids and opened them again, as if to remind the storm that flame had its own stubbornness. The chain at White Harbor looked like a sleeping serpent and acted like a waking one when a longship nose touched it without respect. The gates were shut and the dogs brought in. Men who liked sleep were sent to the walls with hot stones in their gloves. Gage made a stew that would hold a man's legs together and then sent it out watered for the men who weren't going anywhere, because men who sit by the fire do not need to steal from the ones who won't. Jon walked the yard with his hood up and the crown under his cloak so men would not have to pretend to admire it in whether that punished faces for pretending. He spoke with the grooms, with the woman whose chickens thought the snow was a god and needed telling otherwise, with a Manderly boy who had gotten lost in the walkways like a fish in a new river and had the good sense to be angry at himself for it. He sent him to Lewin to count candles and put him under Meege the next day with a spear too heavy for his pride. He slept 2 nights in the kitchen on a bench because the kitchen is the heart of a house and sometimes the heart needs to know the head remembers where it is. He woke from the second sleep to a dream of a white forest, quiet and wrong and beautiful, and a door that had not been carved by any man, and his hand on the air where a latch should be. He did not tell anyone the dream. He held it like a coal in his pocket and let it remind him to speak slowly to men he could not make slow. The storm passed. The day after, the air was the kind that makes a man's teeth hurt and his lungs feel larger. You can see farther in that air than is good for you. Jon stood with Ghost by the wall and watched a line of men moving far out, where it is too far to be sure if you are seeing men or a line of bushes that have decided to walk. He stood until his eyes watered. He stood until Ghost huffed once. He turned then and went down because men have to stop looking at the horizon to hit a nail straight. He found Rickon in the stables with one arm around a horse's neck and a face that had learned to be reasonable when someone told it to on the 3rd try. "He's warm," Rickon said defensively when Jon walked in. "So he is," Jon agreed. "He's also not your blanket. If he kisses you because his mouth is soft and hot and you taste of salt, he'll bite by mistake and you'll have a story that will turn ugly when you're old." Rickon scowled at him as if Jon had stolen a game he had been winning. "When I'm king," he began. "When you're king," Jon said, "I'll be dead so I won't care. But until then, listen when a man who knows which end of the horse lifts tells you where to stand." He ruffled the boy's hair and got a cuff for his trouble, which he deserved. Osha appeared out of the light like a woman born from a window and hooked her hand in Rickon's belt and hauled him out of danger as if taking meat from a fire. Shaggy Dog, under the stall, grumbled like a small storm. The horse snorted and went to his hay as if nothing interesting had ever happened in his long life. When news came that Robb had been declared king in the south, men with wet eyes and full mouths kneeling around a fire and giving a name to the feeling in their throats. Jon saw it in the faces of his own men before he read it on a page. They wanted permission to be proud. They wanted permission to be afraid. They wanted to know whether to look him in the eye. He read the letter. Caitlyn's hand drew the scene with economy. The Great Jon had roared. Karstark had bowed his neck. The river men had found their own grief made sense beside the North's. Robb had stood with a face like their father's when he was telling a man to stop talking and to start doing. They had put a crown on him made of words and of winter and of need. He had accepted it because there was nothing else for a boy to do when men give him their mouths. Jon went to the hall. He did not wear the bronze. He sat in the chair at the end of the board that was not the high one. He let the room fill with the sound men make when a thing happens to them that they had not realized they had been wanting. He stood until his standing was noticed. "The North has a king in the field and a winter king at home," he said. "We will not take our crowns off to argue which is prettier. The South can do that for us. We will send meat and men's names to Robb. We will hold our gates. We will not kneel to anyone who comes with parchment. The next man who says the word king to me when he means to make a joke will be set to cleaning the drains with his eyebrows. Now eat. It's cold." The laugh that rose had the right sound. Men relaxed their hands on their cups. Ghost lay down with his chin on Jon's boot. Meege Mormont grinned as if she had dared him silently to say something foolish and he had refused, and that disappointed her in the most flattering way. Wyman's man nodded, counted something in his head, and wrote a number on a scrap that Lewin read and pursed his lips at in approval. Roose Bolton watched and did not blink until a fly landed on his cheek and drowned in his eye. That night, alone except for the wolf and the steam ghosting the bricks, Jon took the crown off its peg and sat with it in his lap as if it had to be warmed before it would be itself. He ran his thumb along the old dents. "There are too many kings," he told the bronze softly. Not because he thought it would answer, but because there is some comfort in telling unjudging metal what men would make a sermon of if they heard. "The wall has none. That's where kings should be if they're going to exist." Ghost huffed in his sleep as if in agreement and as if to say also that wolves don't care for crowns. Jon smiled to himself in the dark because it was a good thing that something in Winterfell didn't. Before dawn, a boy from the watchtower came down the stairs like a sentence spoken too fast. "My lord," he said and swallowed. "A shape by the fourth beacon. Tall. Hungers. We lit and it came nearer and then turned. Tam says it's the kind that likes to learn." Jon buckled his belt. "Then we'll teach it," he said. "And we'll learn too." He did not touch the crown. He did not need it. He took a spear with a dark bite at its end and went out into the yard where men were blowing on their hands and looking up as if they had always meant to be standing there when the bells were rung. He gathered the 20 he had told Lewin to mark, and then took 5 more because sometimes the best plan is the one you don't write down. He put 2 women on the line because the shape of their listening is different. He put Mira and Tam together and let them glower each other into competence. He put Osha at the back because she would know when to run and when to make other people do it. They went out through the postern in silence that had nothing pious in it, just the right economy of breath. The snow squeaked underfoot, the sound that means true cold has made up its mind. The beacon tower stood ahead like a finger that had pointed too long and gone numb. The shape stood beyond it, trying to understand the story being told by the line of flame. It was wrong as a chair with a leg that has learned to bend. It lifted its head and sniffed like a dog with a cold. Jon tasted metal and wrong on his tongue and let it be the taste. It is weakness to gag at the world when it is behaving like itself. "Glass," he said soft. "Then fire. It isn't wisdom. It's a recipe." Tam went first because men need to see a man who is not their lord do the thing before they will do it for their lord in a way that will not get them killed. He loosed. The glass went in with a sound like frost screaming in a tree. The thing staggered and groped for cruelty, and Mira gave it the second and then the third. Osha moved behind them with a pot that had learned not to prove its heat by smoking. The shape went down. It tried to stand in a way that showed men who watched what grief looks like when you get it wrong. Then the fire found what it wanted, and the thing remembered that it had been cold too long to pretend. The smell came up and men held it as they held their breath. "Again," Jon said to the air. "It is the word for winter. It is the word for men." They stood until the flame did not need them, and then they came back, slower, with the kind of tired that wears a good face when it must. The men on the wall lifted their torches at the same time and lowered them, and there was something ceremonial in it that no one had planned. In the hall, they put their spears aside and drank warm beer and did not talk all at once. A boy cried. It is good when one boy remembers to do that for the others. Jon set a hand on his head and let the heat of the hall do the rest. Lewin came and wrote nothing because nothing needed writing. Ghost lay at Jon's feet and watched the door. Later, when the house had slid into the soft of sleep, Jon went down to the crypts. He did not bring a candle. He did not need one. He walked the way his feet had learned when he was small, counting the cool and the turning. He stood in front of Lynna's bier and said nothing, and then something came, the sort of thought that arrives not because you call it but because you have made room for it by doing ordinary things well. "I do not know who you would have wanted me to be," he said. "I know what I have been asked to be. I will try to keep the two from hating each other." His voice did not ring. The crypts absorb, the way snow does. On the way back up, he stopped at the place where some hand unknown had scratched a small mark in the mortar. A circle with a line through it. He had seen it before and let it be. He put his thumb on it now and pressed. The stone felt like the world, cold, sure, not made to be convinced. He took his hand away and went up into the smell of smoke and stewed onion and the thin sweet of apples gone soft. The living waits for men who go to speak to the dead. Cannot help itself. The morning found him at the board with Lewin, measuring the distance between where men stood and where they would need to be tomorrow. It found him at Micken's bench, turning a hinge until it learned how to swing. It found him in the yard, scolding a boy for breathing like a rabbit and sounding as if he were proud of the boy for being alive enough to make mistakes. It found him writing to Robb, "I will not give you advice you cannot use. You know how to strike and how to listen for where not to. I will give you only this: don't let men make a crown out of your anger. It will cut your ears when you put it on." He added, whispering wood was well done. "Don't write back boasting. If you do, I will come down there and put you to mending harness." He sealed it and smiled once, small, as if his mouth had found a joke and kept it for itself. Winter did not end. It did not deepen beyond the line men had set in themselves to meet it. It walked along beside them, sometimes holding hands. The beacons kept their small faith. The chain held, and when it did not, men held and then made it hold again. The wall sent ravens like thoughts you have when you are tired, and Jon answered them with bread and glass and men who could count without moving their lips. Names were written. Names were crossed out. Names were spoken by men with raw throats under red leaves. Names were put in pockets. The North kept breathing. In the soft hour between torchlights, Jon stood by the inner gate and watched snow swing off the hinge when a man pulled it back too far. He caught it on the forearm without thinking and shook it free. Ghost looked up at him as if to say he had known it would fall and had allowed it on sufferance. Beyond, the yard lived. It had learned how to do that without asking permission from a crown. Jon set his hand on the stone, rough where men's hands had made it so over 5,000 meals and 1,000 fights and the running of 100 boys. He did not ask it for anything. He stood and let it learn the shape of him. Beyond the yard, beyond the lights, the winter drew a long breath. He matched it, for now it was enough.